here's your daily reminder that people suck and you're going to get pissed off today. Don't cuss nobody out, don't fist fight, and don't go to jail. You got this. Good luck.
This is why the government is giving you, it's called a soft disclosure. Because if you were to read the reports that I've read and in the videos that I saw, oh no. And we are all, it was just, there was about 70 of us in that room, and we're all civilians, retired homicide detectives, retired FBI agents, and they were watching it and observing us civilians and how we reacted. So I guess we were the test as civilians. And a lot of us didn't take it well. So that's why if they would show you everything, you would be very sick, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. So that's why you're not getting it all at full force. So hang in there, Buttercup. Okay? Disclosures are coming. They're just dripping it out little by little, because I know for a fact you wouldn't handle it very well in the videos and the stuff that we saw as a civilian. It was sickening and disgusting. So hang in there, Buttercup. Everything is going to work out for everyone.
Seeker, I've been searching low and high. I won't get to get what I'm after till the day I die. I asked Bobby Dylan, I asked the Beatles, I asked Timothy Leary. They call me the seeker. I've been searching low and high. I won't get to get what I'm after till the day I die. People tend to hate me 'cause I never smile. As I ransack their homes, they wanna shake my hand. Focusing on nowhere, investigating miles. I'm a seeker, I'm a really desperate man. To get what I'm after till the day I die. get to get what I'm after till the day I die.
These are amazing people, great heroes. Unbelievable the job they do. It's really an honor to be with you, all of you. Incredible.
Believe that what the Democrats did to Donald Trump, which I covered, which was the job, to impeach a guy when you know you have no chance of getting him removed. Okay? Zero chance. That was a political indulgence to do nothing but distract from the interests of the people. And you were creating an impression of a standard that you never had any intention of holding up yourself. And the Democrats have proven the problem with their actions. Those New York cases, Charlie, were crap. And they only brought them to try to slow down Trump. We both know it. And what they did with Kamala Harris is proof that they don't give a shit about any higher standard. They didn't even allow for democratic process in their own stupid little club where they can do whatever they want.
If you're a criminal, you'll be deported. If you plan to enter the U.S. illegally, your chances of getting caught and sent back just went up. The actions I'm taking are not only lawful, they're the kinds of actions taken by every single Republican president and every single Democratic president for the past half century.
clarify, Mr. President, on China. Are you thinking about lowering their tariffs?
Fair deal with China. It's going to be fair.
Are you talking to them actively now?
Actively. Everything's active. Everybody wants to be a part of what we're doing. They know that they can't get away with it any longer, but they're still going to do fine. And we're going to have a country that you can be proud of, not a laughing stock all over the world for many years. You know, in 1913, they traded to the income tax system. We used to be all tariff, and we had no income tax, and we had the wealthiest country we've ever had proportionately from about 1870 to 1913. It was all tariffs, and we had more money than anybody. They had committees how to spend the money. They had so much money they didn't know how to spend. Then some brilliant person said, let's go income tax. Let's let the people pay. Now, we're going to be able to substantially lower taxes when this is finished.
We're also welcoming back former service members who were wrongly forced to leave the military. More than 8,700 service members were involuntarily separated for not taking an experimental COVID-19 vaccine. Others were more informally pushed out or decided to get out. We are welcoming actively back those warriors of conscience. We've sent letters out. We're seeking them out. We want them back. They never should have been forced to come back quickly. Personnel and Readiness Department is working in real time to make that process.
But you're an immigrant.
Yes.
Do you ever think he's gone too far?
I follow the law. I follow a law the way it's supposed to be. I never thought to stay here without papers. I had visa. I travel every few months back to the country, to Slovenia, to stamp the visa. I came back. I applied for the green card. I applied for the citizenship later on after many years of green card. So I went by system. I went by the law. And you should do that. You should not just say, okay, let me just stay here. And whatever happened, happens.
Baby, you come knocking on the Pope? He is the Emperor of Rome. Rome never died, never faded away. It became the Vatican. What is the Vatican? It is the priesthood of all of the old pagan religions of Rome, built upon the deception that they are Christian. Can man change the orders of God? Can man elevate himself above God? No. Then why did the Pope change the Sabbath from Saturday to Sunday, the venerable day of the worship of the sun Osiris? Why in the outer courtyard of the Vatican is there a temple of the sun, an obelisk, and a reflecting pool built as a fountain around the base of the obelisk? Because what we're talking about in Dealey Plaza and in Washington, D.C. exists also in the Vatican. And I'm not trying to insult Catholics, I'm just trying to tell you the truth.
Does the Vatican run the world?
Figure this out. Most people don't digest this. They're the largest single stockholder in the world. They own the most property in the world that pays no taxes. Every school, every Catholic church. I mean, there's an organization a lot deeper than them called the Solidarity.
I'm not familiar with that.
Nobody
the Solidarity.
It's about 2,000-year-old club.
It's a club.
It's a club. And it's in the catacombs of the Vatican. You know, the Vatican's a city when it's in itself.
I know. I used to live right next to it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Then you know.
I mean, I don't know like that.
Most people don't know what I'm telling you.
So they meet down there, you're saying?
That's where they are. They only meet there, period.
Right. Okay.
They're very high-level profile people throughout the world. You get invited to be in it. Who's running the world? I think they are.
Wow.
When you think of what they control and what they do, it's amazing.
At 75, I have learned that you just need to be who God created you to be and find your spiritual gift, what He gave you, not a talent, but what He gave you to further His kingdom. And when you do that, then anything it is, mine is the gift of encouragement. And so I've done so many things. I was a teacher for 40 years in inner city, and I worked in hospice and Meals on Wheels, etc. And when you serve, because that's my thing. Well, other people I know my age, that's not their thing. Theirs maybe is hospitality or vision or whatever. But follow that. Don't compare yourself to somebody else. Because when you do and you'll look back, you'll just have the richest life. And just keep Jesus front and forth.
Recommend getting your heart trampled on to anyone. Yeah. I recommend walking around naked in your living room.
don't understand why we have to pay to live on a planet we were born on. Think about it. You didn't sign a contract when you took your first breath. You didn't agree to rent space on Earth. So why does every part of survival, food, water, land, come with a price tag? And here's the real question. Who are we even paying? Who decided they owned the land, the water, the resources? Who stood up one day and said, "This all belongs to me and you owe me for existing"? Now look at water. Covers most of the planet. Falls from the sky, essential for life. Yet somehow people are dying of thirst. Instead of wasting billions on war, we could build desalination plants and give fresh water to everyone. The technology exists, but do we use it? No. Because if people could take care of themselves, they wouldn't be controlled. That's the truth. Scarcity is a lie. There's enough food, enough land, enough resources for everyone. But if people weren't desperate, governments, corporations, and banks would lose power. So they manufacture struggle. They make sure you're always working, always paying, always needing. You're not just paying to live. You're paying to stay in your cage.
This is just a theory, not a fact.
The Earth maintains a constant amount of water. Just like you, Earth is a living, dynamic being. It has veins and arteries, which are connected to one large, thriving heart, the ocean. We are just like the surface of the Earth, at least 70% water.
I just had several meetings at the Trump Justice Department. I met with the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, the Deputy Attorney General, Todd Blanche, the acting number 3, Chad Mizell, and the incoming number 3, Stanley Woodward. And I want to reassure the War Room posse that they are very much on top of what's happening in our country, right? And just because you're not seeing criminal indictments right now does not mean they're not coming. They are very much incoming.
I want you to go back to that team because that's pretty impressive. This is not President Trump's first term Justice Department. Walk through who the players are, starting with Pam.
So Pam Bondi is the Attorney General. She is a rock solid constitutionalist. She's bold. She's fearless. She's not being flashy about what she's doing behind the scenes. Okay. She is very much doing things behind the scenes.
Here you stand for what was right, for the truth. You were rejected, persecuted. Have you ever thought and wondered if the things that you stood for was worth fighting for? You've lost friends and family. You don't see the reward, but deep inside, you know that God is watching and taking notes of what you stood for. Your reward isn't heaven. God has seen the things that you've done, and great will be your reward, because you stood for freedom. You stood for what was right. The world thought this was evil, but it was good. We live in a system that evil became good and good became evil. But here we are standing and fighting for what is right.
I'm just a walking on the face of this earth, meeting so many people who are trying
not only of the United States, but the entire planet, that has been known as Q. And if you don't know who Q is, it's just like I said, it's a military intelligence communications back channel to all the people, so that the head brass in the military and all the individuals who are cleaning up this mess can tell us what's happening and inform us of what's going to be happening. And it's been continuously validated. We've been given good information over and over again by this Q team of individuals. If you haven't heard of it, all the raw intelligence drops are on www.qmap.pub. And it doesn't matter if you don't believe it's real. It doesn't matter if you think Q is... The mainstream media has tried to attack Q more so than any other topic in existence. They call it fake. They call it a conspiracy theory. They say it's been debunked. And frankly speaking, it hasn't been. And we know it's real. President's own family tweets about it. President tweets about it. And General Flynn just said, "Where we go, one we go all," in his July 4th tweet to the people, where he took the oath again.
I, Jack Flynn, do solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear.
That I will support and defend.
That I will support and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
The office on which I am about to enter.
The office of which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Where we go one, we go all.
Where we go one, we go all.
God bless America.
God bless America.
So it doesn't matter if you don't believe Q is a legitimate intel source. It is. It already is. It's been proven, and there are other videos that can prove that to you. The only real debate that people have is whether Q and Trump's military government are using Q for good or for bad. I personally believe it's for good. However, there's no question or debate whether this information back channel is coming from the Donald Trump administration. So there's no doubt about it. Okay, for instance, this is how we've known about Jeffrey Epstein. Obviously, President Trump has known about Epstein since way before, but back in April or March of 2018, Q was talking about Epstein Island, and there's tunnels there and what they're doing, and they're trying to bury the tunnels with concrete, and why would they be trying to do that? Posted pictures of Ray Chandler, which is where this is going. This is going up the chain. We've known, because of Q, we've known about Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, the NXIVM sex cult, blackmail ring in Hollywood that was going on with Jennifer Mack and Keith Raniere, that they both got arrested for child sex trafficking charges. Did you hear any of that on the mainstream news? In one ear, out the other. They didn't even cover it. It's some other scandal. Just blame POTUS for everything. Don't cover the child sex trafficking. Totally ignore it. That's what they've been doing. And so we heard about how this is tied in with royalty and Ray Chandler and all sorts of politicians. The Clintons have both gone to this pedophile private island. It's just the facts. They're on the flight logs. And there's nothing people can say to deny that. All they can do is try to distract you with something else. So please pay attention to this. Ghislaine Maxwell is one thing, and these people were so brazen with their child sex trafficking. They were so confident that they'd never get caught that they're tweeting about it. They're posting pictures on Instagram, even advertising this, and it's totally despicable. And it's a travesty. And we have to care about this. So please get this information out. Everything on
Cold late nights so long ago when I was not so strong, you know. When man came to me, never seen eyes so blue, you know. I could not run away, it seemed. We'd seen each other in a dream. Seemed like he knew me. He looked right through me. Yeah.
Good evening, Patriots. How you guys doing? And there we go. Good to see you guys. How's everybody holding up today? God, it feels like spring. It is spring, right? Is everybody hanging tight, comfy? Got a nice bag of candy? Bad joke. So I'm unorganized today. That's nothing new. You know the wolf's head thing I always have behind me on the wall? It kind of came crashing down off the wall and just about took my head off. Missed my head, but it was crazy. Not a lot of news today, but there is a lot of weird, wild stuff, and I think I'm going to start out of order for whatever order I had things in today, which is not much. Again, unorganized. Remember the whole Blue Origin flight? There's this story out now that Jeff Bezos is suing Katy Perry, and I keep looking this story up, and I've yet to find anything that calls it false. There's not a lot of talk about it, but there are a couple stories to back it up that the whole thing was goofy and just a stunt from the beginning. So let's take a look at the video. That's where I'm going to start us out today.
In a turn of events more dramatic than a Hollywood sci-fi blockbuster, Jeff Bezos, billionaire founder of Amazon and space tourism frontman, has filed a jaw-dropping $50 million lawsuit against pop superstar Katy Perry. The reason? According to Bezos, Perry allegedly blew the lid off what was meant to be a tightly choreographed, PR-perfect space tourism stunt by opening the capsule from the inside, exposing the entire operation, and turning what was supposed to be a historic moment into an embarrassing media circus. The legal documents filed are nothing short of explosive. Bezos, through his legal team, claims that Perry violated direct instructions and internal protocol, effectively sabotaging the space capsule's grand reveal. In what Bezos describes as a devastating mistake, Perry opened the capsule hatch from the inside before Bezos could make his choreographed external appearance, exposing what he claims was a simulation environment meant solely for visual and promotional effect. To put it plainly, the Amazon founder is accusing Katy Perry of exposing the alleged truth behind a heavily publicized spaceflight, that it never left Earth. What was supposed to be Blue Origin's glittering moment, featuring Katy Perry as the surprise celebrity guest aboard the next-gen capsule, has instead spiraled into an all-out media frenzy. The stunt, meant to reinforce Bezos' space empire as not only revolutionary but also pop culture relevant, backfired in the most catastrophic fashion. Perry's simple action, pushing the wrong button, or the right one depending on who you ask, has now triggered a war between two of the biggest names.
I mean, let's be honest, and I'll keep playing it, but let's be honest, it backfired from the beginning. It was a bunch of crap. I mean, I've seen people with a computer like mine put together better stuff on a computer. But what were they promoting? A promotional stunt? Promoting what? A bunch of nonsensical bullshit? And he lost out on his grand moment of opening the door of the pod that never left the ground? And he's going to sue her for $50 million for that? What the hell? What the hell's wrong with all of them? So, surprise, surprise, in case you didn't know that already, it was all a big damn hoax. Go figure.
Names in their respective fields. According to insiders, the capsule was staged to appear as though it had re-entered Earth's atmosphere after orbiting the planet. Bezos was supposed to dramatically open the door from the outside, helping Perry out as cameras rolled and drones captured every second for a heavily produced live stream.
Or was there another point? Hear me out. Was this like some goofy ass way of disclosure? Like instead of disclosure, we'll just have an embarrassing moment of disclosure, and I'm getting a little tired of hearing that soft disclosure thing, soft disclosure, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. That video in the intro royally pissed me off today. But coming back to this, what do you guys think? Is there a chance it was done on purpose as a reveal that, hey, you see how fake it's all been? Like, in case you didn't know, maybe they made it extra fake looking to make you investigate a little deeper just to find out that it was completely fake. I don't know. Computer graphics, yeah, they've come a long way, but that was terrible. You know that was terrible. A guy as rich as Jeff Bezos should have no problem creating something better than whatever they created in 1969. And so, yeah, I mean, it's either a bad stunt by the deep state to fool people, or it's a planned reveal. Tough question there. Depends on what you think of Jeff Bezos and the rest of these people, I guess. Yeah, there's a lot of things wrong with this whole stunt, Thor.
Instead, the pop icon reportedly unlatched the inner handle and stepped out by herself, leaving technicians, PR handlers, and Bezos himself in complete disarray. The result? Media outlets and internet sleuths immediately began speculating. Sharp-eyed viewers noted that there was no re-entry scorch marks, no landing gear marks on the desert floor, and worse, there were background noises in the live stream that suggested they were in a soundstage. The timeline of the space flight was quickly dissected and doubted. In less than 24 hours, hashtags like #BezosGate and #SpaceHoax trended worldwide. Jeff Bezos, the man whose wealth and ambition have practically redefined 21st century capitalism, now finds himself on the defense.
The good thing is I don't have to double check the story anymore because they talked about court documents, which means it's 100% true that he actually is suing Katy Perry. Plus, I talked about it on TikTok and they didn't ban the video, so it must be true. How do you guys like it? I'm growing a beard. I'm done shaving. It's going. If I can't grow more hair on my head, I'll grow it on my face. Total change of subject, but anyway, I don't think we need to hear all the crap again. Yep, there were no burn marks and yada yada. The big question is, aside from him, maybe people just weren't getting it. Maybe that's where the suing her comes in. Like, all right, they're not figuring it out. I mean, they know it's fake, but they're not figuring it out that it's like a reveal. So maybe we're going to have to step in here and I don't know. That's what you get when you play stupid games, though. All right. Getting on with the news today. They arrested a 19-year-old with aggravated arson for igniting that wildfire in New Jersey, which is now engulfed 13,000 acres. We start there tonight.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. As we do have some breaking news, we continue to cover this wildfire out of New Jersey. And right now, we are learning that a man has been charged with arson in connection to this. And you're taking a look right now at some of that footage we've been sharing with you over the past couple of days. But here's what we know as of right now. A man set wooden pallets on fire and failed to properly put them out in New Jersey's Pine Barrens, sparking a quick-moving wildfire with smoke affecting the air quality in the New York City area. This is according to officials who just released this information today. Prosecutors saying that Joseph King, he's an Ocean Township resident, has been charged with aggravated arson and arson. Ocean County Prosecutor Bradley Billheimer and Department of Environmental Protection Commissioner Sean LaTourette said the man faces aggravated arson and arson charges in the southern New Jersey wildfire, which authorities say as of this morning has grown to more than 23 square miles.
Damn.
The prosecutor's office said the 19-year-old has no attorney listed yet. The fire in the southern part of New Jersey could continue to burn for days before rain later this week. No one has been injured so far in the fire, and 5,000 residents were evacuated but have been allowed to return home. A single commercial building and some vehicles were destroyed in the fire, while 12 structures remain threatened as of yesterday morning. Now, in New York, dry conditions across the state are resulting in a high fire danger rating in several regions, including New York City, Long Island, the Hudson Valley, Capital Region, and portions of the North Country. The state air quality advisory listing those off there for us. The rest of the state is at a moderate or low level of fire danger. Officials saying the fire is believed to be the second worst in the last 2 decades, smaller only than a 2007 fire that burned 26 square miles. As the story does continue to develop, we did want to bring the latest for you here, as we are learning again this morning. A man has been charged with arson after authorities say he sparked this New Jersey Pine Barrens fire. We'll continue to listen to this and bring you more.
I was hoping they would tell whether it was on purpose or not. They said something about a bonfire. I mean, you know, is there a difference in law between it being an accident and on purpose? I don't know. It probably should be, but I couldn't imagine being responsible for something like that. I know how easy it is to start a fire, how quickly they can spark up accidentally, but some of the people that go around doing that on purpose, I don't know how they live with themselves, but I guess if they're out doing something like that, they probably used to slumming it anyway. And of course, what's even worse, it's not the only fire going right now. This one in Cumberland County, Pennsylvania. And I think it's up to 200 acres, if I remember right. Got to be careful with your fire, kids. I just find it odd. All these fires on the East Coast, it seems odd to me. Doesn't seem like a typical occurrence. We get them out on the West Coast all the time. Don't really have them up in the East Coast all the time, do we? Yeah, there's another question, William. I mean, are people sparking these fires? Or are they being sparked? Are they being sparked on purpose? Who's sparking these things? Gets so frustrating. I don't know. We'll get to the frustrating stuff in a little bit. Trump is putting up twin flagpoles to flank the White House, 100 foot each. He's paying for them himself, which is also pretty fascinating. People have all kinds of theories. I don't know why there's a need for theories. It just seems to me like he's putting up some flags, but people come up with all kinds of stuff. The energy one, though, was the most interesting, having something to do with free energy. There is something weird about the border fence, too. We looked at that video way back where there's a place by the border fence where you clap and it like echoes back, like in that place in Mexico, South America. It's been a long time since I've seen that video. But anyway, he's putting up flags, so there's that. Speaking of flags, these flags in Greenville, North Carolina seem to be too tall.
I want to highlight a story out of Greenville where Camping World is back in the headlines as Camping World has closed one of its 2 Greenville locations. Now, the city says the American flag and flagpole that is flying on one of those locations violate city code due to their size. Now, Marcus Lemonis was on Inner Banks radio station early yesterday morning, where he told Henry Hinton on Talk of the Town that he closed one of his 2 Greenville locations on Friday. He said that employees at the Forest River RV location in Greenville Boulevard were told they were closing due to the controversy created by the council. He said, quote, "We think the ordinance is wrong. I think it's also wrong. Council members have been..."
That flag is freaking beautiful, and they want him to take it down. And now he's got and closed his store up because he's so pissed off about it. Look at the controversy. It's the American flag. How dare you complain? I don't think they have any. Where in America do people think they have a right to say the American flag shouldn't be flying? It's just too tall. Too tall. I thought maybe they were going to say the flag was too big or something. I don't know. It looks awesome. That is Greenville, North Carolina. Yeah. So, I don't know. It sounds like something they would do to Trump on one of his golf courses because he's got some badass flags on his golf courses. So, Saturday is Melania's birthday, of course. I want to say she's turning 55. This interesting post popped up with it. Weird enough. Saturday, April 26th will be an interesting day. Not only is Pedo Pope 2.0 staging his fake funeral, but it is also the birthday of FLOTUS, Melania Trump, and was born the same day of Emperor Marcus Aurelius, who dreamed of creating a Roman Republic. In 757 AD, the satanic Orsinians grabbed the papacy, culminating in total global control. The Great Pope, Pepe Orsini, was the true head of the snake. All three popes, gray, black, and white, were executed. Now we are free. Well, God, I hope that's true. But, I'm going to hold my breath, but I will celebrate Melania's birthday. Happy birthday, Melania. We'll party in a couple days. Here in Illinois, we're getting even more good luck. We're getting rid of the dick. And now we're getting rid of Jan Schakowsky. Illinois Democrat Representative Jan Schakowsky, who has represented the 9th Congressional District of Illinois since 1999, will not seek re-election, according to Politico. This is the second Democrat from Illinois this week who reportedly won't seek re-election. Don't forget, Q stated, to look for resignations, final term announcements, because it means much, much more. And we looked at that Q post yesterday. God, it's about time they clean up Illinois. I've been waiting for you guys to get here. You need any help? And Lee Zeldin, he's working on cleaning up some other shit, and he wants to know, well, for one, what do you guys think you're doing trying to dim the sun? The EPA is now demanding answers from a shady startup called Make Sunsets, which was busted releasing sulfur dioxide into the air to fight global warming. Make Sunsets sells cooling credits for $5 to offset carbon by launching balloons filled with sulfur dioxide. Okay. This is highly polluting the air and can literally cause acid rain. Yet the company's been flying under the radar while banned in Mexico, but highly active here in the United States. Thought to consider, Bill Gates pushed sulfur dioxide geoengineering years ago. Yeah, what a coincidence. The EPA has given Make Sunsets until May 14th to disclose what the fuck they're doing or face harsh penalties. And we'll hear Lee Zeldin out.
I mean, someone made a reference earlier asking me about the $2 billion that went to the Stacey Abrams linked NGO. When I say unqualified recipients, you say, well, that's an allegation. But do you have any evidence? Well, I would say that an NGO that receives $2 billion in 2024, that received $100 in 2023, that is evidence that they're not qualified. Now, you could disagree with whether or not you think that that's enough, but that's evidence. When I say that at page 7 of the grant agreement says that they have 90 days to complete training called How to Develop a Budget. Now, you could say, well, that's not enough for you, but it's still evidence. All sorts of NGOs receiving billions of dollars that didn't even exist until this was passed. When I say there's reduced oversight, I mean, you could go back and look at days before Inauguration Day, they were amending the account control agreement. Why? I mean, go read the amendment. Why? They were amending it to reduce EPA oversight. Now, their amended account control agreement from January 13th of 2025 is evidence of reduced oversight. When you have the IG, the former Inspector General, going before Congress talking about how there's all these concerns with the way that this was created and there's reduced oversight, or the current acting Inspector General talking about how there was reduced oversight, what is all of that to you? Now, how is it that every single time an additional rock gets overturned with another piece of evidence, that there are some people in the media who will dig down even further and saying there's no evidence? By the way, I mean, open question. I know that this was supposed to end here a couple minutes ago. I'm getting the high sign. But if anyone could defend, please, just like, how is that zero evidence? How is that no evidence? How can any paper, Politico has written it, Washington Post has written it, the New York Times has written it, others have written that there's no evidence. And now we're all together, and I'm glad that we are. And it's April 21st? It's April 21st, 2025. Why should any story get written after today that says no evidence?
Yeah, that's more talking about just cleaning up where all this money's going for all this global warming stuff, geoengineering, cleanup crap. It's a bunch of crap. Oh, Trump's job trying to create peace is getting harder by the day. There was a strike in Kiev last night from Russia.
Почалася сирена. Ми навіть не встигли дігнутися, щоб вийти з квартири. Просто одна волна, друга волна, у нас повилітали повністю всі окна, двері, стіни. Чоловіка з сином винесло чуть би не на другу сторону. Все. Оце що я все пам'ятаю. Більш нічого не пам'ятаю. Така ситуація. Осталося без життя, саме головне, що живі. Це все буде добре.
Был такой быстрый, мгновенный взрыв, бабахнуло, и потолок начал обваливаться. На меня упал шкаф в коридоре, и вылетела соседская стенка. И в комнату выпала тоже в одну соседская стенка. И все начало рушиться, рушиться и рушиться.
З Трампом це взагалі треш і повністю проросійська.
Alright, moving forward here, I needed a second to load a couple things, but Zelensky thinks that, where'd that go? That ballistic missile was manufactured in North Korea. Why? I'm not sure. Trump's not very happy about what Russia's doing.
And if I can solve it because of a certain ability, that would be great. And if it doesn't happen, I will say that I think Russia is ready. And a lot of people said Russia wanted to go for the whole thing. And I think we have a deal with Russia. We have to get a deal with Zelensky. And I hope that Zelensky, I thought it might be easier to deal with Zelensky. So far, it's been harder. But that's okay. It's all right. But I think we have a deal with both. I hope they do it because I'm looking to save. And we spend a lot of money, but this is about
at least the news said Trump wasn't happy about it.
I get the pictures, the satellite pictures. I've never seen anything like it. Of the fields after some of these battles, it's horrible that it's going for nothing. We would have never had this problem. You would have never had that war if I were president. I guarantee you that. And for 4 years, you didn't have it.
Trump seems to think that they're close to making a deal, and so maybe, hopefully, I swear it's a game every day trying to guess. But there's that. And same thing goes with Iran. Iran is reinforcing 2 underground tunnel complexes tied to its main nuclear site, possibly preparing them for use as nuclear facilities. I swear we've been hearing that for decades and decades and decades. Which brings me to my next point in video.
You know, I get it. I really do. I get it. I get how everybody wants to see arrests. Oftentimes I'll get on X and I'll go over to the search bar and I'll go over to the trending news. And unfortunately, this is like literally the top trending hashtag arrests. And Pam Bondi and Kash Patel are being thrown under the fire. Like, man, it's been less than 4 months? Less than 4 months. We gotta see arrest. My question is, you know, as we talk about on my show all the time on the Daily Dose, we could see arrests, but then what? Like, are people going to go visit them in jail? Or, like, when this happens, people celebrate, I guess, for a day or two. I mean, we almost forgot the Pope died yesterday, right? And it's like, oh, I told you so. Look, they got arrested, and then, but guess what? Go right back to the Matrix. Nothing changes. Everyone goes back to their 9 to 5, paying taxes and living under the U.S. corporation. The cabal syndicate that's overthrown and infiltrated itself inside the country and all over the world, a.k.a. the swamp. I think more importantly, we get the rest of the evil actors out, right? As in the judges and all the corruption within the justice system. That still lurks a little bit because we got to have a legit justice system before we can arrest people and take them through due process. So don't forget what this Q post said. So if you go to post 1291, check it out there. Pretty much up top here, and Anon is mad because he's not seen arrest. And he's asking Q, what's going on? We put our life on the line for this. So hold on, I'm going to blow it up. All right, so it says, who makes arrests? FBI and DOJ? Can you make arrests with a crooked FBI? Nope. How about see previous posts regarding the FBI? Not easy for anyone. We are in this together. Much appreciation. It's what you don't know and can't see ongoing that will validate your efforts. Trust the plan. Step back. Remove assets. What do you see? Stage being set. Godspeed, Patriots. Man, it sounds like to me, yeah, there's a massive stage being set. This might be the most important cue drop right now for our time. It's coming, my friends. It's coming. But let's figure out how we got here first. Let's figure out how in the world, over the last 100 years, we became slaves to the United States corporation. And thankfully, Trump and the military operation is dissolving it and taking us back to freedom.
It's weird having a stage be set rather than life happen naturally around us. And I think if I did have one fear out of anything here, it'd be that stuff happens, some arrests, and then life goes on back to normal. You know, what, I mean, it's confusing. But I get what he's saying. I get why a lot of this takes time. It's not that I don't understand that at all. What I don't understand is just a handful of the things they're doing that just don't seem to make sense for the time that they're doing them in. And a prime example is this.
In other news, the Trump administration has announced we will put an end to Joe Biden's illegal student loan bailout attempts. No student loan has been referred to collection since March of 2020. That comes to an end. On May 5th, The Department of Education will resume involuntary collections for borrowers with defaulted federal student loans. The student loan portfolio controlled by the federal government is nearly $1.6 trillion, but fewer than 4 out of 10 borrowers are in repayment. This is unsustainable, unfair, and a huge liability for American taxpayers. Debt cannot be wiped away. It just ends up getting transferred to others. So why should Americans who didn't go to college or went to college and responsibly paid back their loans pay for the student loans of other Americans?
That's a lie.
The Trump administration will never force taxpayers to pay student loan debts that don't belong to them. Student loan borrowers need clarity, and we're finally giving it to them. Borrowers will now be clearly expected to repay their loans, and those who default on their loan obligations will face involuntary collections. The government can and will collect defaulted federal student loan debt by withholding money from borrowers' tax refunds, federal pensions, and even their wages. America is $36 trillion in debt. We must get our fiscal house in order and restore common sense to our country. If you take out a loan...
Starting with the freaking press secretary. If you take out a loan, you pay it back. Common goddamn sense. Let's start with everything wrong about what she's saying. Number one, these loans that don't get paid back are not getting slapped on to other taxpayers. It's not happening. It's not happened. It won't happen. What's also funny is the government sitting there telling us to pay our debts to these schools when they haven't even paid their fucking debts to these schools. The school I went to was $26 million in debt, not from students, from the government not paying them. So how dare you get on our ass about our loans when you're not even paying your fucking loans, first of all. Second of all, you're sitting here telling us how these places are getting funded by foreigners. They're giving us half-assed Nazi-like educations that aren't worth two shits in a market where there's no jobs. I owe $30,000. You think I'll be a cold day in hell, my friend, before I'll be able to pay that back? Crawl up my ass about it and see what that gets you. The timing of what they're doing is ridiculous. It's ignorant. It's stupid. This is not going to help their cause at all. Of all the problems and worries we have in this country, starting to crawl up people's asses over student loans, and I don't care if you don't like it. You change the channel and you go enjoy yourself, but I'm going to keep talking. Because I do not agree with it. I think it's the worst timing ever to keep pressing these ridiculous things like soda and food stamps and student loans. You want to crawl up. Yeah, I know. There's people that don't see a problem with it. And funny enough, I got into this on Telegram, and I actually had a lot more people supporting my side than not, because half of what Carolyn Leavitt said up there was frankly lies. It doesn't get slapped on to other taxpayers. Now, am I ignorant of the fact that when you take out a loan, you pay it back? No, obviously not. Most of the people taking out these loans are young, dumbass kids that are 18, don't know what the fuck they're doing, have no idea of handling money, that think they're about to get a fair, good education, when all they're going to get is a nasty drug habit from all the drugs that the government brought into the country, mind you, that get spread around these college campuses. So you fix that problem, government, and then we'll handle ours. That's what I say, and I'm surprised we're not in a situation right now where people are finding ways to sue the government for this shit. What about the people I went to school with who died from overdoses? What about their families? Hey, maybe they should get reparations. You want to give black people reparations for slavery? Well, you brought drugs into the country, and now there's dead children all over the fucking place. You going to give their mothers and fathers reparations for the drugs you brought in the country? I don't care if Trump wants to stand there and say, I'm not responsible, that didn't happen in my administration. It doesn't matter. You represent the government, the good, the bad, the ugly. Whether Biden did it, or Joe Blow did it, or Bill Clinton did it, or Bill Clinton's probably Joe Blow, honestly. So So there's my problem with paying student loans back. And I get it. People agree with Carolyn Leavitt, like MJ Truth here. If you take out a loan, you have to pay it back. It's very simple. 80% of adults in America do not have student loans. They should not be forced to pay the loans of the 20%. Well, guess what? They don't. Doesn't work that way. You've never once paid another person's loans with your tax dollars. What you have paid with your tax dollars is to teach gerbils how to crawl up people's asses and shrimp how to do, rolls and how to run on freaking treadmills. That's where your money's going. I'm just saying, it's ignorant. And for her to stand up there and act like we've got money right now to worry about our student loans when they have not committed to what they promised us, which was to lower our electric bills by half. That's not been done. You keep your promise and we'll worry about our student loans. How about that? Don't you dare stand up there and treat the American people like shit when you got no room to talk as a representative for the American government. And that's why that all pissed me off. It's the same reason that crap from the intro pissed me off. Sitting up there saying, soft disclosure, if you guys saw everything, you would be broken spiritually. Well, okay, let's talk about that. Obviously, we're not going to see everything, nor should we. It's child abuse. We don't need to see it all. We need to see some arrests and stuff. But soft disclosure, we've dealt with that for 10 years. We've been on this ride. We've heard. We know. We've been listening. We get it. To sit there and pretend like we're too stupid to understand, you would break us if you threw all this on. You've been breaking us with sleepless nights for 10 years. It's time you could just get with some hard disclosure and stop making us look like fools, because the truth is getting turned into conspiracy because they keep pushing off the truth with this soft disclosure. We don't want to break people yet, so we just we'll hide the truth. And then the patriots out there look like idiots for talking about it. They look crazy and they look like conspiracy theorists because the government's not backing them up. The same government that wants them to pay their student loans. And so I found this guy's video ridiculous.
This is why
I get where he's going with
the
it.
government is giving you, it's called a soft disclosure.
I don't want to see those videos
because
anyway.
if you were to read the reports that I've read in the
But don't treat us
videos
like
that
you
I
need
saw,
to give a soft disclosure. And what really pisses me off about that is the person that sits there and decides the American public needs soft disclosure. That person has a lot of power over everything. Trump has some godlike power right now that's pretty messed up. It's not messed up, it's necessary, but it's also dangerous, and it leaves people feeling nervous. And if you can't understand that, I don't know what to tell you, but again, if you want to be sheep, you can go bow on up Trump's butthole, but be real about things. Let's move on. In Montgomery County, Maryland, school's attorney admits to Supreme Court we're using sexually explicit books to influence kids. This is where we get into the whole of all this, why it's all being done, really.
Mr. Gorsuch? I just want to make sure I understand a few fact things and then a law question. What age do you, in Montgomery County, teach students normally about human sexuality?
I think that it begins in either 4th or 5th grade.
The human sexuality class?
The family life and human sexuality curriculum.
Okay.
I'm not entirely sure.
Starts in 4th or 5th grade, you think?
So.
Is there anything you can point us to in the record on that?
I don't think so.
Okay. And second, these books are being used in English class.
The division between English class and other things in a second grade classroom doesn't really exist. You're sort of in a room with a teacher, and sometimes
No,
you're
I
learning.
appreciate that. I went to second grade too.
Yeah.
But it's part of the English curriculum that these books are being used in. I thought that was.
Yeah, I'm not fighting the premise. I'm just saying that
It's not the math class.
It is not.
It's not the human sexuality class.
It is
it's the
certainly
English
not the
class.
human sexuality class.
Yeah.
I'm just sort of fighting the premise that there's a neat distinction.
Okay, and they're being used in English language instruction at age 3.
Age 3.
So Pride Puppy was the book that was used for the pre-kindergarten curriculum. That's no longer in the curriculum.
That's the one where they are supposed to look for the leather and things and bondage, things like that.
It's not bondage. It's a woman in a leather.
Sex worker, right?
No.
No?
That's not correct. No.
I read it.
It's a drag queen.
Pride Puppy?
Drag queen and drag
Correct.
queen.
The leather that they're pointing to is a woman in a leather jacket, and one of the words is drag queen in the search.
And they're supposed to look for those.
It is an option at the end of the.
Drag queen. That's supposed to be in your 3-year-old's vocabulary. Drag queen. What kind of fucking world are we living in? There's a line, sex ed used to just be the birds and the bees and all that crap or whatever. Whatever the hell they're teaching children now is sick. It's sick, perverted, nasty bullshit. And 3-year-olds, come on. Pride Puppy, pre-kindergarten learning tools. 3-year-olds should be learning ABCs, colors, 1, 2, 3s, not bondage gear, drag queen, Pride Puppy. That's child abuse. That's child abuse. Did I wake up in hell this morning? Oh my God. I swear. I don't get it. I'll never get it. And in Colorado, this federally funded filth, sex ed summer camp pushes perverse indoctrination on young children, including discussions about pleasuring themselves. The Boulder Valley Health Center's sex ed summer camp in Colorado is a taxpayer-funded nightmare that's grooming children with explicit, depraved content masquerading as education. It's not about health. It's radical, sexualized agenda targeting vulnerable kids, and it is utterly disgusting.
Which is an extremely liberal campus, is offering a sex ed summer camp for all incoming 5th and 8th graders, meaning these children were in 4th grade just 3 months ago. Sex ed summer camp is full of all sorts of information regarding sexual health that most students don't get to learn in schools. We'll talk about everything related to sex, bodies, sexuality, sexy feelings, media, power, and justice. Some topics might include bodies beyond the binary, feelings of how to navigate them, gender and sexuality, consent and communication, relationships, pleasure in all sorts of ways, self-love, and so much more. Why? Because all humans, especially young humans, deserve information about their bodies, other people's bodies, and how to communicate about them in ways that feel fun, affirming, and exciting. Let me just give you a little insight as to what I was doing when I was in the summer going into my 5th grade year. I was crawling on the carpet of my parents' home pretending I was a rugrat. Okay, I was painting nails, I was playing with Barbies, I was holding baby dolls, I was going outside to rollerblade, and these children
What the hell
are being
is
robbed
that?
of their innocence.
Sex ed summer camp? Is this like a cop-out for parents that don't want to teach their children to send them to sex ed summer camp? I would worry about my kids going to regular camp. Oh my God. And, that's why I get irritated about this soft disclosure stuff. This is a serious conversation that's been turned on us to make us look stupid, to laugh at us. Oh, Pizzagate. That's that thing about a pedophile at a pizzeria, right? Yeah, that's not funny. It would be nice to have a little backup, a little proof out there, a little bit of real disclosure instead of this soft disclosure shit. Now that the Pope's dead, brings me back to this interview that Macaulay Culkin did a while back.
Star Macaulay Culkin has blown the whistle on the entertainment industry elite to reveal that Hollywood studio executives are bloodthirsty Satanists who ritualistically murder child actors. The Home Alone star has exposed movie business execs as satanic pedophiles who ritually abuse children in the industry. He claims he only got out alive because he was a smart and suspicious kid who got too famous to be killed like some of the other kids. He says, quote, "You learn very early to recognize which of them want to abuse you and which of them have even darker tastes," he said, explaining that the worst of them wear shoes made of the skin of children that they ritually murdered. Macaulay Culkin dropped the huge truth bomb during a radio interview in Paris, France. He said, "Have you seen leather products made from human skin? It has a very unusual, distinctive look. I learned at a very young age to identify it." The news was picked up by French media, with mainstream French newspapers quickly reporting on the explosive interview. However, within an hour of publication, all reports began to disappear, with previously published articles suddenly being scrubbed from the internet. French news outlet Les Echos
And I know
deleted
it's
their
the
entire
stuff you've
article
heard
shortly after.
before about the red shoe stuff. We're going to take a look at what James O'Keefe has been up to here shortly, and then a new Juan O'Sullivan. But I want to finish this topic up, like it or not.
So everything is one big allegory. With the fall of the monarchy comes the fall of the money system. The Wizard of Oz is symbolic of all of this. When Dorothy's house falls on the Wicked Witch of the West, the money system is destroyed as she is wearing ruby slippers. The ruby slippers are the papal shoes. You can hear this in the Cardi B song, Bodak Yellow, like Follow the Yellow Brick Road. Papal shoes codes to bloody shoes and ruby slippers. Dorothy is encouraged to follow the yellow brick road to get back to the heart center. The yellow bricks can be tied to Dorado. Dorado actually means freshwater fish, but is tied to the ancient Mayan city that is shown in the movie The Road to El Dorado. The keys to the kingdom of heaven that are in Vatican City are represented by silver and gold. And by no coincidence, the differences between the movie The Wizard and The Wiz automatically show us what's happened. Dorothy, played by Diana Ross in The Wiz, is wearing silver slippers instead of ruby. Now, they make up some random reason why she's wearing these, but it's symbolic of the Silver Age. Silver is representative of the moon, and this is how you know we're in a lunar cult of money. And what does the moon rule? Cancer. And this is why it has been equated to dirty money. It's also funny that Ariana Grande is supposed to be putting out an album called AG7. You can go back to Levi the Great Astral Assassin's codes where he shows this. And by no coincidence, Ariana Grande is a Cancer, also ruled by the moon. So money rules the tide. Our current system, or our currency system, is ruled by the tide. And I've spoken to this a little bit before, but the sun and the moon can be referenced to either Apollo and Artemis or Yemaya and Oshun. This is also why we have a money system that is dedicated to keeping people working Monday to Friday, Moon Day to Venus Day. Everything is a huge allegory for the birthing of the sun. And this is why you have the whole story through Freemasonry about the widow's son. She gave birth to her son, killing her partner, and thus creating the demiurge, which is the system that you see that we live in. Gold is symbolized by the word Aurum, which comes from goddess of the dawn, or Aurora. So now we see why the eclipse was such a big deal, because it was representative.
She's getting deep in there. The interesting part to me was about the Wizard of Oz, the Yellow Brick Road stuff, which we're going to find out more about as time goes on, I think. And they really dive into the San Francisco stuff. If we ever get finished with the Hollywood stuff, you know. Where am I? This is Elon Musk's mother. You see why that worries people. What worries me is the rumor that he made $6 billion overnight the other night. You can see why all this stuff worries people. Their worries are not unfounded. One more before we change to O'Keefe.
All right, let's walk this carefully because this is real, it's dark, and it's one of the core mechanisms keeping the inversion grid alive. What is adrenochrome, really? That's only part of the truth.
I know we've heard about adrenochrome. This is a little different. This inversion grid thing. Listen to this.
The full picture is this. Open quote. Adrenochrome is a bioetheric compound created when the body is flooded with adrenaline during extreme trauma, especially in children. Close quote. In that state where fear, pain, and despair peak simultaneously, the body releases not just a chemical, but a frequency charge. And that's what the elite are after. But the energy encoded into it, why do they harvest it? Because it extends life in their distorted, decaying vessels. It amplifies psychic capacity, allowing temporary access to fourth-dimensional control grids. It acts as a currency, a spiritual fuel traded not in dollars but in power. And in some cases, it is required to sustain hybrid or parasitic entities that cannot survive without stolen life force. The trade network, a shadow grid. The adrenochrome trade is organized, global, and ancient. It's not new, it's not random, and it is deeply embedded in every major control structure on Earth. How it moves. Children are trafficked under legitimate fronts, NGOs, orphanages, elite adoption rings. They're sent to harvesting sites, military bases, black sites, underground tunnels. Trauma is induced through ritual abuse, torture, fear conditioning. The substance is extracted, sometimes with tech, sometimes manually. It is processed and distributed like any other elite commodity.
So much for relying on the adults of the world. You know, children are our greatest treasure on the planet, and people throw them away like trash. They really do. I don't get it. But that right there sounds like a bunch of adults not standing up and allowing all this to happen to kids over and over and over. I mean, what a bunch of worthless adults. It's sad. It's really sad. And that is why kids don't have much to rely on today, I guess. I don't know. That's disturbing. Let's take a look at what James O'Keefe has been up to here in this new video.
Same guy who tried to overthrow an election is just like truly setting us down a path of dictatorship. He's illegitimate. He's terribly immoral, breaking every norm. We're going to resist him. Everything he does.
James O'Keefe here in Arlington, Virginia, in front of the Pentagon. The branch chief inside the Pentagon saying on hidden camera he's going to resist against Trump and Hegseth. Now, since President Trump was elected and assigned Pete Hegseth as Secretary of Defense, the DOD has faced a number of leaks in the past few months from employees inside the Pentagon.
There's some type of deep state forces that want to make sure you don't stay there.
They've come after me from day one, just like they've come after President Trump. I mean, I've gotten a fraction of what President Trump got in that first term.
The Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, has been going on media interviews expressing that there are people within the Pentagon who want to resist the president and hurt his policies.
I know exactly why I'm here, to rip out the insidious ideologies and not compromise and not back down, to reestablish standards and accountability.
Nicholas Terza, a branch chief within the DOD, expressed dissatisfaction with his new boss, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, claiming he is too young for the job.
So I'm assuming that your boss isn't Pete Hegseth.
Ultimately, he is my boss.
Okay.
But this is insane. I actually know Pete Hegseth.
You do? Like personally?
This is so crazy. Like, that's not a good reflection on me. That's a bad reflection on Trump. Like, nobody I know should be the Secretary of Defense.
Oh, no.
Like, he's insanely young to be the part, like, and he wasn't that high up in the military. He used to be in the DC National Guard.
Oh, did you guys work together? Or?
Yeah, I mean, in our side hustle in the National Guard.
Oh.
And I met him in my unit. He was just in my unit.
Oh.
And I don't know, I can go on about the stuff.
Now, Nicholas Terza claims that he knows Hegseth from the D.C. National Guard, but we spoke to a senior official at the Pentagon who said that's not true, that Hegseth has not ever heard of this man or seen him.
But what do you think the intent is? Is it like they want to hurt America?
I think they don't care who they hurt. To enact a change that they see making America in a populist conservative framework more traditional, even if that means being more sexist or racist or chauvinist.
Terza also saying on hidden camera he did not know he was being recorded, that Trump is an illegitimate president, an immoral dictator, and they plan to resist everything Trump does.
The same guy who tried to overthrow an election is just like truly setting us down a path of dictatorship. He's illegitimate. He's terribly immoral, breaking every norm. We're going to resist him. Everything he does. I'm a very patriotic person, and I've never been less patriotic.
Now, the reason this is concerning, the Department of Defense is often directly responsible for the president's safety in the event of travel, events, campaign rallies, and everything else.
What's your least favorite thing about Trump?
Oh, that he utterly lacks any moral principle. The worst thing about him is his utter lack of moral principle. The second worst thing about him is how stupid he could be.
Should the president's safety be entrusted with people who believe that he is illegitimate and immoral? And here we have a field trip. Let's take a look. People are coming in. Hello, everyone. How you doing? This is James O'Keefe reporting live in front of the Pentagon at the Memorial, Air Force Memorial here in Arlington, Virginia. Stay tuned.
So, interesting story there, huh? There seems to be people, it feels like, very specifically targeting Pete Hegseth. Take a deeper look at these leaks. I can't remember what this video was.
With the people like that guy, the branch chief from the DOD that James O'Keefe has just exposed, criminally charging them for the crimes they committed. I'm not saying going after whistleblowers. I'm saying if somebody is leaking classified information, you criminally charge them and then let all the other weird woke cultists in the deep state know. You will go to jail all the same for leaking information.
That's an important part. It's not just about getting the dude that did the actual, leak the information or whatever. It's about making it clear to other people that might decide, oh, I'm going to take on Trump and I'm going to resist, thinking that it's, 2017 or 2018. This is a different administration. Mm-hmm. And this administration will prosecute you if you break the law. We will put you in jail. And the evidence is they're prosecuting people and putting them in jail, or at the very least, they're finding those people and firing them at the minimum. But I would like to see prison time.
We were talking in the green room.
That's all I'm waiting for.
Yeah, that's where we were like, yeah. Where's Kash Patel? Why are these people so quiet?
And 3 months.
I think that they're in there rooting out the leakers right now. There's a lot of turnover and
I think it's all being done on purpose and to slow their progress down. You got people destroying documents. How do they clean this mess up? I mean, can they ever get all these despicable people out of their hair? That's a whole other story altogether. Before we turn to Juan, we got to look at a few more things here that I just keep popping up. Boeing reported a net loss $37 million in its first quarter of this year. Not really a big deal there. You can see how unorganized I am. Trump 2028 hats have gone on sale at the Trump store. People are going wild over that. To what it could possibly mean, who knows, right? What else? Gotta make sure I cover everything. There's a lot of stuff going on with the judges, so much so I can't even keep track of it. Along with Pam Bondi, tonight I can confirm Jose Enrique Martinez Flores, an allegedly high-ranking member of Trinidad Aragua, arrested by the FBI in March, had his indictment unsealed today. That's interesting. Are they unsealing indictments? That would be nice to see. Department of Justice indicts alleged high-ranking Trinidad Aragua member on terrorism charges for the first time. There's a lot of blocking trying to go on by these judges, and I can't keep track of because there's more than one case, so let's see if we can figure this out. Federal judge pauses discovery in Abrego Garcia case for 1 week. I'm getting there, guys. We'll get to Juan. Just got to make sure I cover everything here. President Trump just sidestepped a judge's order attempting to block the deportation of illegal gang members by the Department of Homeland Security to countries like El Salvador. Trump deported them through the Department of Defense instead, stating the judge's order only applied to the Department of Homeland Security. That is classic Trump right there. You won't let me use the DHS to deport aliens? Well, I'll use the DOD then. Can't use the DOJ? I'll use the DOD. That's hilarious. I could see Trump flying him on his own Trump plane if he has to. So there's a lot of that going on back and forth. Trump reportedly signing an executive order this afternoon aimed at Act Blue. Context isn't exactly known, but the order will likely focus on stopping foreign donations to U.S. political campaigns. Yeah, they need to stop that at colleges too. Stop all these foreign donations, and we wouldn't be owned by China right now. Let me make sure I don't have anything else before I put Juan on, my folks and friends. By the way, Juan will be on the Ethan Lucas show Friday night at 7:30. Pakistan has suspended all trade with India, and they've shut down airspace for all Indian-owned and Indian-operated airlines. That situation's kind of tense right now. Pakistan announced live fire naval drills in the Arabian Sea near the maritime border with India, which is nerve-wracking, I imagine. Pakistan says any attempt by India to cut off the Indus River supply is an act of war. Former CIA official pleads guilty to acting as a foreign agent and mishandling classified materials. See, they're getting some stuff cleaned up. They're getting a lot cleaned up. I don't want you to think that I'm not giving them the credit that they deserve. There's just some things that I don't understand why they target them when they do. Trump's going to hold a rally in Michigan next week to mark his first 100 days. That's Tuesday. He's going to hold that rally. By the way, I'm excited about the 1-year party we're going to have. That kicks off this year during the Jubilee. It launches on Memorial Day this year, 2025, and continues on through July 4th of next year. That's our 1-year party for the 250th birthday. So, maybe that's a good sign. Who knows? All right, I think I've covered enough there. I think it's time to kick off some Juan, and after that we'll look at some other things I want to look at. Just a couple other small things. Yeah, let's get into it. I'll see you in the chat.
Hello, I'm John Michael Chambers. It's April 23rd, 2025, and welcome to Intel and Insights with Juan O'Savin. This show is published monthly. Do sign up at jmcvoice.com. jennifermack.com and follow me on my Rumble channel for notifications when these shows are published. Also, be sure to visit thejennifermack.com and avail yourself to the very best in Juan-inspired MAGA material. Hey, Juan, good to see you. It's been about a month. How you doing, sir?
Good. Good to get a chance to talk to your listeners. They had a helicopter going over, so might have to give it 10 seconds.
Sure. Well, there's so much going on. Hopefully we can get to, I would like to talk a little bit later, some updates on the various attacks that we're enduring on the streets, of which you forecast back in June of 2024. I'd like to talk a bit about certain aspects of the economy. I think we're in the danger zone right now, where we're heading and how things are going. Also, all things Gitmo, arrest tribunals, and new news coming out of Gitmo. And very importantly, election reform, especially off the heels of what President Trump just penned on the executive order. But before we get to that, there's so much going on presently with the Pope's passing and Klaus Schwab resigning. How would you like to weigh in on these two interesting big figure and big events happening almost all at the same time?
Well, there was, and we don't have to go too far into it. It's just an interesting aside. We'll have to see how things continue to break here. But there was already, before the Pope passed, a number of people that were questioning if he was still alive. And there was some interesting videos that emerged that appeared to be glitching. So there's questions whether or not he died on the day that he was said to have passed. Of course, he was 88 years old. And so then the other thing is Klaus Schwab resigned before the Pope passed. And he made an interesting statement. He said that he's coming into his 88th year. So the question is, who says I'm coming into my 88th year and I want to consider retirement? That's what he said. Would you, when you're talking about your age, well, I'm coming into my 66th, 67th year or whatever, that's the most bizarre way of saying it. He had to get the 88 in there. And I've mentioned lots of times to your audience and other audiences, these people they're occultists, and they operate on the numbers. And so they want to make statements based on the numbers. It's part of their script, if you will. And so saying he's in his 88th year, it was bizarre from the second it was said. And breaking the eighth ceremony is kind of a big thing. And it's the merger between the physical world and the spiritual world. It's like the infinity point. If you turn an 8 on its side, it's the infinity sign. And that 0 point at the center, it's like a reflective surface on a mirror. On one side, it's reality. On the other side, it's the illusion of reality or the spirit world. And so there's something about this 8 within these clubs that they like to, they think they get good karma from or something. So anyway, it was bizarre from the outset that he should announce they were resigning. Well, then today, just hours ago, today's the 22nd, it was announced from the World Economic Forum that Klaus Schwab and his wife and others are under investigation right now, the second, for monetary theft crimes, asset crimes from the World Economic Forum. And so there is a ongoing investigation that was just made public today. So the question is there there? Why did he actually resign? Is it because of that? And part of the reason I also mentioned that Klaus Schwab's actual real history, which is some of the stuff that'll be coming out over the next year. Klaus Schwab's real history was the creation of the CIA. There was shouldering up by other intelligence agencies, but the young leaders of the world stuff was created by CIA, and he was one of the early people who was brought into that operation. And so his work going into World Economic Forum and building that out was part of a spy camp, if you will, of people to get into leadership positions around the world. And within the Pope and Francis's reign as Pope, there is more than just scuttlebutt. It's, I think, going to become very evident, or even more so, that he was installed in an operation that involved intelligence agencies, including the CIA, maneuvering to get the previous pope to retire and then Francis in as the new pope. So if you have a pope that was put into office via intelligence agencies and their manipulation to get this spiritual leader of much of the world into place, and then while he was there installing cardinals and bishops who were woke, who had an agenda that was tied to this globalist crowd run out of Davos and World Economic Forum. There was an agenda. So now they will elect in a conclave the new pope. Well, the question is it a pope that is God in heaven, working through the various players to have his man on the planet here as the pope, or is the church so captured that even though this pope is going to be exposed, look, the next many weeks, all of May, they'll let him get buried, but his ties to literally a globalist narrative that is not of the church. I'm being gentle.
Mm-hmm.
I think those revelations are coming. They're going to be stark. They're going to be disturbing. And there's, I think the person who's actually the expert on this, that I would encourage everybody in this audience, Leo Zagami, a Catholic priest who has been studying these hidden groups within the church and across the world. He's done amazing research, and he's written a number of books, and help the guy out. Go buy a couple of his books. You will not be disappointed. Some of his research is absolutely the best out there anywhere, showing these hidden agendas and groups that have captured the operations within the Catholic Church and other religious operations. Look, the Protestants are as captured as the Catholics are. And in order to control the public's viewpoints and mind. And so I just think that Leo should be heard. You can go read some of his articles and stuff are out in the public, and then he has his books. He's worth every second, every interview. In fact, I would encourage you, John, if you were able, if he has time and would do it, to do an in-depth interview with Leo. And it would not be wasted time. He's one of the most important figures. And what you're going to find there, Leo is uncovering the ties between the Freemasons, the Masons, the Illuminati, or this group, this cult, if you will, hidden in plain sight across Europe and America and around the world, managing governments from the inside out. And then this cabal within the Catholic Church that has hijacked the church, that is running some kind of a parallel operation. What he has to say is worth every second of your time to understand, because whether you're Catholic or not, understanding the influence of these people over huge swaths of people and the political operations and banking is just it's stunning, and he does a great job. An interesting corollary is what Trump did. Now, from a long time ago, you've seen Trump where he has been illustrated in some of the imagery where you'll see the Washington Monument and in red, the lights around them and him. It goes back to a Q posting at one time. And why the Washington Monument? Well, it's the center of our beautiful national city. No, it's true. It is the centerpiece. Washington, D.C. was built around a centerpiece that was added later, which is the Washington Monument. The architects had it in mind the whole time. And so this obelisk has Egyptian history. It actually goes all the way back to Babylon. And it's tied to this myth story, which I've told your audience many times before, but I'll give 30 seconds to it. Osiris is considered to be the most evil of the gods in the Greek Parthenon. And the nicest is the brother Set. They were twins. And at some point, Set killed his brother Osiris because he was so evil. So it's a reversal of the Cain and Abel story. They love this. It's Lucifer. It's the Satan way. And so they flip the story around. The good brother kills the bad brother, chops him into 14 pieces. And then the mother of both of them, Isis, how have you heard that name all over the place, thrown over and over and over again? So you keep these myths in your mind and their stories. The mother of Osiris goes out because she finds out that the one brother killed the other. She races out. She's a goddess. And Set has scattered the 14 pieces of the chopped up body of Osiris all over the earth. Why chop them up? Because he might come back together again and live. So sure enough, the mom goes out, gathers all the pieces. She can only find 13, puts them all together, binds them together. And then she couldn't find the penis. It was eaten by a fish. Apparently, she could find all the other pieces, couldn't find that one, whatever. And so she fashions a penis out of stone, attaches it to his dead corpse that she has reassembled together, and has sex with the corpse or the, stone penis, dildo, and amazingly becomes pregnant. She has a child, and the child is, the sun god. Can't believe I can't think of the name of it now. Just a second, I have to throw a call away here.
Mm-hmm.
I've got to make this one go away.
Hmm.
I apologize. There we go. Got it.
No problem.
All right. Sorry about that. I can't block the calls sometimes, and I apologize on that. So it's
right.
difficult, I know, for your listeners. Anyway, this child becomes the sun god, and these people are actually believe that the sun in the sky is a god, and so they worship that god, the child of this sex between the mother and her dead son. It's the most bizarre thing you've ever heard. Washington, D.C. is built around that, and that goes to the Freemasons and Masons sect that designed and did the architecture of Washington, D.C. That's the hidden hand behind the way that Washington, D.C. is run. So Trump has been portrayed as being in this conflict with the Masons, and the Washington Monument is symbolic of that. So here, Trump is portraying himself in the Easter message with the Washington Monument to his side, and then the White Rabbit. And of course, we have themes from the Q operation, Follow the White Rabbit, which goes into adrenochrome and all sorts of other things. But it also goes into this religious sect that has captured church imagery and operations, including especially Easter. I did a show years ago with Jennifer Easter, My Keister, showing how Easter is the way it's being portrayed currently in most of Western society and the church is not at all about the Passover and the resurrection of Christ. It's a cult holiday built around Isis or Aoster, and it's an Eastern religion. It goes all the way back to Babylon, and has nothing to do with current, anything to do with the church, if you will. It's a captured operation. So the rabbit and the fertility egg and all that sort of thing is part of that whole entire theme. And oh, by the way, Horus, I don't know why I couldn't think of it. Horus is the sun god, the horned god. It's the most bizarre thing. And that's the child of Isis from this sex with the dead corpse. So what Trump is portraying is that he's in a war, and it is, even though he shows it on Easter, showing him on his left side, it's the Freemasons and then the religious group that's tied to the fertility goddess in the church, which arguably is much of that group that Francis was promoting during all of his reign as Pope, which has nothing to do with the church. Look, whatever your feelings towards the gay community and stuff like that, making that part of the theme of the Catholic Church and reconciling with them, is that actually an appropriate, thing within traditional Catholicism, or is it a hijacked operation? When I was in Europe much of last year on several different trips, we were in all sorts of different areas of Europe, and you go to the various churches and cathedrals, and I think Iceland was maybe the most stunning to Jen and I, but it doesn't matter where you were in Europe. They had their flags flying off the steeples of the churches. And then, by the way, those steeples, from a Freemason standpoint, the churches where they would have the Freemason meetings in the basement in the middle of the week, they'd had a steeple, which is of the Tower God, the Washington Monument, the Ben Stone, all that going back into ancient times. That's not anything to do with the religious symbol having to do with Christianity. They put the cross on it. What is it? It's a blended religion, and it's a hybridization of Christianity with this Freemason angle. And by the way, the person that wrote the book on Freemasonry, Albert Pike, here in America, wrote Morals and Dogma. He wrote it in green ink in commemoration of the spirit that gave him guidance on everything he wrote down, because that spirit was green. Well, Satan, Lucifer, the devil, is often referred to as the green man. Why? Because he hid amongst the green leaves of the trees of the garden. He was chameleon-like and waiting for the moment to prevail on Eve. And so with that in mind, Pike says very clearly, let there be no misunderstanding. The God whom we serve is Lucifer, the light bearer. The contention is that God didn't want Adam and Eve to grow and become smart. He was stopping them from eating of the knowledge of good and evil, and because he was keeping them dumb, if you were, and that it was Lucifer that was wanting the most out of humanity and let them grow, and so God was hurting them by not letting them gain knowledge by eating of the fruit of the tree. Which actually has sexual innuendo tied to it. Eve was beguiled which also has sexual innuendo. The contention is that Cain was the child of a union between Eve and Satan, Lucifer, the devil, and that then she went and taught the same trick to Adam and became pregnant with twins in the same birth cycle. So Cain and Abel were born as twins, but Cain first. And if you look through the Bible, the second born was the one that got the blessing. It's kind of bizarre, and it goes back to that Abel was the second born. So anyway, a couple little things there.
Well, let me ask you, what direction now with this move on the Pope no longer being here, the planted Pope, as it were, what direction do you see the Vatican taking now? Will they remain on the trajectory of the hijacked religion, if you want to say, or will we start moving into the truth? What do you think may happen?
Well, I think just like the movie Conclave, which deals with a lot of this, Leo Zagami has said for years that this union between Klaus Schwab and Pope Francis, and then the intelligence agencies in the background, this hidden connection between both of them, that the move was going to be to have a black pope. There were 3 other black popes early on in the Catholic Church, but it's been 1,000 years plus since there was one. Well, it's 1,500 years. And so they're going to have a black pope, and it's going to be from Central Africa. And even while I've been working on the issues related to Congo and Central and Eastern Africa on the killing of Christians there, including Catholics, there's been an underlying, by ISIS, by the way, ISIS affiliated groups and Chinese. There's been an underlying theme in talking with some of the religious leaders that there's a component of this in trying to deal with it that is tied to this coming new pope and the way that he could have power to come in and try to help resolve this and help President Trump resolve this. And all. It's quite bizarre. It's very disturbing, actually. And as part of this theme in the conclave's choosing of a black pope. So we'll see how that progresses. But the rest of my comment on that would be because Francis picked so many of the cardinals and bishops that are currently in operation in the church, that I don't think you can stop what's coming, because they were chosen because they were woke. They were had an affinity for this globalist agendas and like that. So I don't think you're going to be able to stop what's coming. And the church, the Catholic Church, has been hijacked. Now, the counterpoint to that, however, I believe we're going to see a real fight after the funeral takes place, and it will be in the public sector with releases in various parts of the media around the world concerning certain alliances within the church. And much of that is going back to WikiLeaks 2016 and these associations. So there is a tremendous amount of material that shows kind of the captured operations within the church, and plus some new stuff. So I think May is going to be a very difficult period in the midst of this political environment within the Catholic Church, moving to pick a new pope. And by the way, Francis, when Trump was won the election, prior to the inauguration, Francis picked an extremely liberal, woke, if you will, cardinal to be there in Washington, D.C. So I'm not Catholic. I have many Catholic friends, priests, etc., and I've not made a secret of that. And so we talk, and they know who's who in the zoo, really, if you get down to it. And they're very concerned because this is someone that's intent is to challenge Trump in any way possible, from a globalista side. So in attacking this, I think the fact that Klaus Schwab and his heritage, his history, is going to be under attack with these internal investigations. I think some of the overtones, because of the connection between Schwab and Pope Francis, are going to undermine and damage his reputation within the church community. Regardless of who is chosen as the next pope, it will taint them if it is somebody that's within that field that Francis pushed. And by the way, the intelligence agencies who picked Francis and moved him into position through really heavy-handed, even fraudulent activities. And then there is a connection that hasn't fully been played yet, that's not fully realized, but is this secret handshake community across the world, which is represented by the obelisk, the Washington Monument, in all of these themes. Trump is fighting a hidden hand that ultimately their nexus point in this current moment, beyond the lodges, here in the U.S. is senior executive service. And that's the biggest and worst part of the fight. And that's what Trump's going to have to address before this is over. It's where America's going to end up through all of this.
Well, a lot of us listening, myself included, understood that this Pope was inserted in, but many people, probably largely the Catholic community and others, are going to be, opening up a whole new can of worms here. And I've always said to people in my circles, if you will, that those deep in religion and Catholic Church and others, the Vatican, of course, being the top there, would have a difficult time as we go through this great awakening, if you will. And this seems to be triggering it right now. Let's move into politics for a minute. 2020, it ain't over yet. Someone once said that.
2020, it's not over yet.
Yes, well, there you have it. And as you well know, the 107th executive order, I think it is, on election reform, preserving and protecting the integrity of American elections. It's up there on my website for people to look at. You can go to the official sites with President Trump and read it. Some of the things it touched on is uniform election day across the nation. I've been saying that for 10 years. It should be a holiday. Everyone should be able to stay home and go out and vote. Prohibit foreign nationals from registering to vote or voting in federal elections. In part, the executive order talks about produce a voter verifiable paper record, allowing voters to efficiently check their votes to protect against fraud or mistake. Election integrity standards will be modified accordingly. There's so much in here, like documentary proof of United States citizenship, and so forth. And, so action is required now. We've got the executive order. What's your take on this? Is this a major story? Is this a big breakthrough? Are the days of stealing and rigging and manipulating our vote count going to actually come to an end? What's your take on this one? It's slightly important.
That's a first shot across the bow. Now, what you have to understand is that 107th executive order, and it's fun on the numbers, signed at 1:07 in the afternoon, reportedly, is the first shot across the bow. Trump himself said that there were several more orders inbound. And so that will further tighten things up so that the frauds can't happen. Much of what's in that order actually there's time horizons on how quickly it must be done, and they won't be able to meet some of those. So it's my contention that we're going to get about 6 months past that. Was signed on March 25th, and probably before we get to that 6 month time, it's going to be obvious that you're not going to be able to get compliance within the states on much of what's ordered there, or there'll be various types of resistance, etc. And so Trump's additional orders that he's going to put out shortly are going to tighten up on the voter registration records and other things. And what you have to keep in mind with what Trump's doing, it only applies to federal offices. So the election reforms will be aimed at any federal election, which is legislative, senator, and president, vice president. So he can't direct most of it down into the states. And then we have the proposed executive order, which you've read. It's over at Jennifer's site. It's over at the America Project site, TAP, and a number of places. Nino posted it. It's out quite a few places right now. And that proposed executive order was written. I had an event in Washington, D.C. At the inauguration, and I asked, we had a bunch of just powerhouse people, fantastic people, that, the executive order that had kind of been floated was not adequate to the task. And since we've done so much work on the elections, I asked if we could maybe rewrite and develop a new proposed executive order that might be closer to what Trump would need to sign to actually get the reform. Because where we're going, where President Trump is going, and he has made this very clear, he is moving towards a one-day paper ballot vote, no machines anywhere. You will not be able to vote remotely except in extremely rare circumstances that will be very meticulously vetted. The voter rolls cleaned, starting over. You can't actually fix the voter rolls. They're so messed up. So you're going to have to show up in person with valid government-issued ID and sign a voter registration card in person. So your signature can be checked and have that certified. And the clerks witnessing that are actually notaries. So they'll be able to essentially notarize that voter registration card. We're going to stop the silliness of the way that the vote is, you sign up to do it, the way that it's actually done and tabulated and recorded. So that executive order, the proposed executive order that we put together, I believe that Trump's going to sign something like that. And there may be some clues. I know from inside the administration that it was received very favorably. And it's a very serious effort. So whether it's, some significant portion of it or large portions of it, it will help them in whatever's ultimately be signed by Trump. And I think that's going to come sometime late August, early September. That said, however, with the 107th order and with other subsequent orders that he said, he's got several that are coming out shortly. Pieces of what's in that proposed executive order may be broken up into some of these earlier executive orders and dealt with. What's the point? The most important thing that Trump will have done in his entire time in public office, perhaps in some ways the most controversial too, by the way, is going to be his work to change the way that we vote in America and leaving the machines completely. Hand count, paper ballot, counted where cast, precincts of 1,500 or less. with government issued ID when you register to vote and when you show up to vote and your signature is verified. Lots of different things in play there. And then open the records, no more cardboard on the walls as the counting takes place. Every precinct counts their votes right there. They're not transported in the trunk of a police car or a fire truck or armored car to some central voting place or grandma's knitting basket, like is happening now. It will be for the federal vote. Now, where we're going to run into a lot of resistance, and we anticipate it. It's like I just spent a couple weeks in Hawaii. Had Mark Cook over there, and we demonstrated the hand count paper ballot method for lots of people, and had beautiful conversations with people over there. And I think Mark's system that he's developed is the best out there. But there's several methods that can be used and will fit with what Trump has said he wants to do. So states will have the choice to choose what works best for them. And there may be different things that fit different populations better. So I just happen to think Mark's is the best, and I've looked at a bunch of them. So with that in mind, Hawaii, for example, is going to be one of the states that's going to have the hardest time, I think, in being able to reconcile the requirement for the federal election to do a hand count paper ballot in precincts of 1,500 or less, on and on. They've lost their precinct culture. It can be reinstituted, but right now it's almost entirely a mail-in vote. And if you want to go vote in person, there's only a couple precincts that are open in all the islands. You have to travel between islands or long distances, wait in all-day lines by design. And even then, the voter turnout's only 37%. So there's lots of room for the cheating. I think the 2026 vote's going to be completely different. But the problem for Hawaii is this. Once Trump signs the executive order ordering the hand count paper ballot in time to be instituted with lots of runway a year in advance or more of 2026, the midterms, Hawaii and other similar states are going to have to make the decision. Are we going to run the elections for statewide offices using the hand count paper ballot, or are we going to use the machines we already have in place and keep the mail-in ballot for in-state elections? Are you going to run a parallel system at the same time? The states have that right. So would the people be good with that? Does it make sense to run parallel election systems and have weeks in advance of voting, and then for the federal do something completely different? I think they're going to go through some, serious gymnastics to reconcile that. Obviously, to most of us, your audience, if you will, I think most people would say, no, just run one election. And if the president's pushing out the electronics, it's because there's a threat there. So why would you do it on the rest of the down ballot? But there may be a lot. No, we can do it safely. We have all this money invested in the machines, and it's just too hard to count, 20 different things on the ballot. So yeah, we can do the 5 or 6, senators and legislators in the 2026 and the president, vice president in 2028. But this time, no, we're going to stick with our system because we love it and use the electronics. That's going to be kind of a fight. I don't think it's going to last very long, but let me give you the other part of that. What is the context of Trump signing this executive order? I think that's going to have a huge impact on how the public receives this and the fight that anybody in the states or counties may have trying to stop Trump from being able to institute it. Right now, if Trump was to institute it today, right this second, there'd be all sorts of people wanting to go into federal court and state court and try and block Trump from forcing hand count paper ballot, even though it's only restricted to the federal stuff under an executive order. But by the time we get to the place where he does sign it, there's one other thing, and I've talked with your audience before. We have the people in physical custody of the Justice Department and military investigators on U.S. soil being interviewed, who, for all intents and purposes, have defected. We've had them in custody of non-government operators, some for as long as 3.5 years, almost 4 years now. Many for at least 2.5. And their families were moved here to America to protect them. It's not just the people that did the theft of the 2020 election. We have the people, we have the data, including original metadata I have to send this call to outer space. Apologize. The original metadata of the stolen 2020 election. And these people have given us information on a total of 72 stolen elections around the world, countries where elections were stolen, multiple elections, 71 plus America. So it's not just us that got snookered on this. Mm-hmm. And so there is investigative work being done, even though they had given extensive interviews, which were videotaped prior to coming to America after Trump's inauguration. And their information was vetted by people very close to Trump over time with in-person meetings and interpreters, so that Trump was absolutely convinced this is totally real. People he trusts verified and vetted the methods used, and that these people are absolutely who they say they are, with exactly what they purport to have. Once they got in the U.S., because the work done was done by non-government, NOC, if you will, non-official cover operators. They weren't directly on the payroll of anybody. In fact, they were doing it on their own payroll with a little help. Once they got to the U.S., and in fact, before they even came to the U.S., we were going to bring them in on private aircraft. And at the last minute, after Trump was in, knew what was going on and what we were going to do, handed it over to the Justice Department, the military that were flown in with their families. The families came in first, and they came in after the fact for the most part. And they've been being interviewed. Now, they've been in the U.S. for about 5 weeks now. So this entire time, they've been being extensively interviewed. And the advantage now for the people doing the interviews, the investigation, they not only have what these people gave over time, they've also got, I have to let them know I'm in an interview here. Hold on a second. Okay, I apologize there. Anyway, once they got in the U.S., the interviews are being done at a completely different level, including by military investigators, because the attack on America in 2020 was an act of war. China was running the theft of the 2020 election with operators out of Cuba, intelligence officers, and operators out of Venezuela. And it was done from Serbia. By the way, Serbia is under Russian control. So there's that. But but it was an attack on America to put somebody into office who was not the will of the American people. And by the way, they tried it again in 2024, and it was only because of a military intervention within hours of election day that stopped the steal and controlled the data flow in and out of Serbia prior to the election by just a few hours, and after the election was completed by a few hours. And they weren't able to flip the vote through the machines. And that was done at Dominion's headquarters. And then in that region, it was shut down. The communications were shut down. So none of the communications could go in or out. And so Dominion was in on it. And that's going to become very clear. China running those people, that will all be public, but it's being built out during these interviews right now with the assistance of these, NSA information, National Security Agency, and other investigative agencies. Look, Trump got rid of the head of the NSA and a number of people around him, got rid of the head of CISA, cybersecurity, there over at Homeland Security. What do you think the context was? These are people that lied, didn't provide data, obstructed investigations. Well, what investigations were obstructing? Did you get any information on that? It goes to this right here. These people are providing data and information and corroborating information that's in these agencies was not being provided. Just like Southern District of New York wasn't providing the Epstein information to Pam Bondi. And Cash had to take a special team, go down there, bust the door down and get the information, throw it in the truck and take it up to Bondi. Okay, you got people that do not want to cooperate on what's going on here. So with that in mind, it's going to take a few months to go through. The material is just voluminous. So we want to make sure they've T's are crossed, the I's are dotted, and then what'll come of that? Arrests. And they're going to Gitmo. And some of them are American citizens, and some of them are from other places in the world. And some of them are going to places that they hope to be safe. And Russia might not be the best choice for many of them, by the way. So
Juan, you had spoke. Sorry to interrupt. This is very applicable. You had spoken in a previous broadcast that you and I had done that through trials and Gitmo Tribunal and this sort of thing, we will get the evidence required on the election theft, not only in 2020, but perhaps in two presidents before that, that being Bush and Obama. Bush too. But what you referred to, unless I misunderstood, was through this process. You said this a couple of months back, that that would lead to, for lack of a better word, the null and void for many of the actions taken under such presidents, and could lead to impeachments of past presidents. Is what you're revealing now about these individuals and the onslaught of information that the president now has, is this what you were alluding to back then? It sure sounds like it. And it's tied into the question of 2020. It ain't over yet, because I want to rest that case right now and then move into some other subjects that we will move forward with a 2020 and previous year's resolution. And what you've been discussing for the last few minutes seems to be the final stages of getting to that point, coupled with the executive order that Trump put out and the ones forthcoming. Is that a good summary, or am I a bit off the mark?
No, well, we're going to deal with the Russia stuff first. That's the most advanced. It's the most mature. We have the most data on that. And so dark to light, we're in that from the spring equinox last month to the height of the longest days of the year, June 21st. And so as we get to to that date, we're going to have the Russia stuff come out fully exposed in many ways. And I believe we'll see the first arrests there. Cash has said, be prepared for high profile arrests. And because that was the first great offense against America, was blocking Trump from governing with these false stories, and in fact trying to block him from even winning the vote to get into office on these false stories, which were precipitated out of the intelligence community. That is the same intelligence community that put the Pope Francis in. And by the way, go back to WikiLeaks. In all of WikiLeaks, the material that came from the servers out of the Democratic Party that Seth Rich copied and got to Assange, a huge percentage of that goes back to the Catholic Church. Think about it, and various things going on, all the different players. So when you do the Russia arrests and revisit that and actually send people down to Gitmo, then the next phase is going after the 2020 election theft and all the players involved in that, including China. There's a Chinese involvement in both situations. Remember, the Hunter Biden laptop. What was Hunter doing in much of the laptop stuff? You know, he was within 1 mile of Dominion's headquarters in the days prior to the 2020 elections. What was Hunter doing in Serbia, their Dominion headquarters for the world, within a couple days of the 2020 election? Hunter, with all the Chinese, the young girls, oh my gosh, and all the other mischief. There's a connection there back into the China stuff, and a lot of the players going back even to 2015, 16, and 17. So you're going to see that very shortly. And then in the context of that, I didn't finish the statement I should have a few minutes ago. These are acts of war. That's the way it's going to be portrayed to the world. There's been a little push within the Trump camp to just call it interference, election interference. I think that's to take the edge off right now because it's a little early. But Trump then reiterated and used the word war after there was kind of a little push from the camp to lighten it up and just call it interference. Look, China committed an act of war, not just against America, but against countries across the world by selecting the leaders that they wanted to run our countries, by flipping the vote and pushing fraudulent paper ballots into the system. By the way, it's not just electronics. Those ballots were printed in China, sent to Singapore, up to Vancouver, BC, down to Seattle, and then out through the postal system across the country. Others of the votes came in through Florida and were pushed into the postal system across the country. They all originated in China, and those were paper ballots, both in 2020 and 2024. The 2024 stuff wasn't allowed to get out in the same way. It got cut off at the last second. Some people read the Riot Act and decided to just stand there and look. So with that in mind, these revelations, as they happen, the public is going to be spun up to understand with real information that will be very hard to refute. You're going to have to stand on the head of a pin and spin, miraculously somehow to unravel what's there. The reality is it'll be undeniable. And China interfered in our 2020 election and Biden was put in. And so when you understand that, Trump doing an executive order as the commander-in-chief, not the president. The president is the chief of police. He manages the internal operations, the policing of America. When he puts on the commander-in-chief hat, it's against enemies foreign and external and traitors within. And so when he signs the executive order, that it will be the most important act while in public office for America and the world, ordering a hand count paper ballot counted where cast with valid government ID and voter rolls starting from zero, with citizens known and proven known as U.S. citizens, clean voter rolls. When he does that, it will be the greatest act of his time in public office and his greatest gift to the world, because we'll then go out and help other countries to make the same types of changes to get the persons into office that are actually the will of the people, not the will of these hidden masters trying to control America and the world and our resources and our life and their everything that we are. That will be his greatest gift to the world, killing the deep state bull. The kill shot is an honest election. They can't survive an honest election. That is the sword going to the heart of the beast. An honest election, because the people don't will this. And it will affect these people who've captured the Catholic Church. It will affect these people with their hidden handshake communities and their ability to operate freely as they do now, and to twist what America is. So as that happens, we'll have a rebirth of America, if you will. That's the that's the resurrection of the pilgrim mentality and true spirituality in the country. So
very important. I want to invoke now Deputy Director of the FBI, Dan Bongino, paraphrasing, where he simply said, don't take silence as inaction. It takes time to get these things done. I really hope our viewers and listeners, and a lot of us do understand what's going on. A lot of us are looking in the right places for correct information. And a lot of us have been disillusioned for a host of reasons and think that nothing is happening. I'm in the camp that I would say everything is happening on pretty much most every front. And from what you're reporting here, this is really, really good news. And we're going to, of course, follow.
Well, I don't know. Let me just say this. I got a little ticked off when somebody sent a note to Nino the other day saying that the can was getting kicked down the road and nothing's actually happening. We're under 100 days. I think you have to be pretty disconnected yourself to even make such a statement. You've seen more happen in less than 100 days out of this administration than any administration in American history, literally. Yep. So to say nothing's happening is bullshit. And then, if your only qualifier is arrest, let me help you out. Do you know, I was there as military personnel were getting the contacts, requiring them to make known their location, report for duty, that they'd received the messages, that they were being dispatched, even as Trump was still in his inaugural address. And what was it that these people were doing? These people were brought back in to assist and back up the arrest of gang members across the country. Very serious bad guy gang members. And you know where they went? They went to Gitmo. And you don't have to guess at that. There's no, Zubernesque falsehood here. The pictures have been broadcast with mainstream media. These guys getting off the plane at Gitmo in their cuffs and jumpsuit and walking to the prison. Okay, why is that? Because the first great threat to America was this counterattack that was intended to try and start a civil war in America as though it was the will of the American people, when it was actually foreigners, gang chieftains that were being set up to lead this attack on the citizenry of America. And by the way, it's not over. Just 2 days ago, officers in Utah two detectives were driving down the street, and a van was coming at them, and they flashed their lights. And the guys, because the van's lights were appeared to be on high beam, and the guys didn't dim their lights, so they turned around, went back up, followed the van into a gas station. They didn't turn a turn signal on going in the gas station. They obviously knew something was up and thought they'd try to get out of the way. And the detectives were just going to, find out what was going on, tell them to dim their lights, quit being a jerk. And in the course of it, found out that they were Mexicans, that they weren't here in the country. They had just shown up like the day before to buy a van. They were supposedly going to Colorado to buy another vehicle. And in looking at their van, the reason that they didn't dim their lights was because they couldn't. The lights were already on low beam. What was going on? Well, they had 250,000 rounds of ammunition, which, by the way, ammunition usually has lead bullets. These were 308 bullets, and they were 7.62 NATO rounds. And they had 250,000 rounds of ammunition in the van. It was loaded down with lead. Might as well have been gold bars. And it made the nose of the van go up in the air. And so the lights were on low beam, but instead of pointing down at the ground, they were pointing up at the officers. It was a gift from God. Why? All of those bullets were headed to Colorado by two people that weren't U.S. citizens that just arrived the day before. Mm-hmm. What good thing was going to happen with those bullets? Where were they going? Who were they going to? And by the way, I will add this. While it's portrayed as just having that as the sort of, sometimes intelligence agencies get a little whim of something and they want to have a cover so they don't blow the bigger operation to go ahead and grab something. We had a couple of other incidents like this now over the last 3 months where we've intercepted huge quantities of bullets being transferred around the states. What do you want to bet that one of those gang members, you see, when they took those gang leaders and they took them down to Gitmo, then once they got there, they've been being interviewed, which is a nice way of saying stressed, interrogated. Okay, they're at Gitmo, and okay, so you have bullets buried in the desert. Where? Give me an X on the map. Okay, where exactly is that? How am I going to find that? You sure that that's right there, right? And then you got guys bringing stuff in. They might have even set these guys up to go do this. They supposedly went to a place that sells bullets and bought all of these rounds. Well, 250,000 rounds, that didn't get the attention of whoever was selling them the bullets. And what ID did they use, et cetera, to buy the bullets? Who was in on that operation? Okay. Fast and Furious comes to mind, a reverse Fast and Furious. So we're under a horrible threat. 250,000 rounds. Crap, we worry about guys having a clip that's got 30 rounds in it. Mm-hmm. And you got 250,000 rounds. Where was that going to go? Or were they going to start? So, and if you have that spread out across the country, when Trump made targeting gang leaders operation number one, first day in office, within minutes of saying the oath at the inauguration, and the orders went out, and guys had to assemble and then go assist local police in picking up these gang leaders, including in Colorado and other places, and cleaning them out and sending them to Gitmo. Well, nothing's happening. John, nothing's happening. I don't. You didn't get the memo? They're being interrogated? You think those guys are having a nice hair day in Gitmo? Do you know what those Marines can be like?
Mm-hmm. Okay. I thank you, Juan. I host an episode once a month. We've done two so far, Global Defense War. It's a military panel. Last episode, we had General Paul Vallely, Michael Jaco, Derek Johnson, Brad Wozni, Bishop Jim O'Connor, and Lieutenant Ricardo Bosi. And we covered a lot of ground there. And one of the questions I had asked was what was their level of concern about disruptions, distractions, death, destruction, and so forth, attacks on us here at home and various cities and so forth. And the general consensus was that we can probably expect more of the same and perhaps hits on the grid systems and so forth. I addressed the EBS conversation with the panel, and broadly speaking, the general consensus was probably situationally, not a broad shutdown of the whole country, but situationally for a period of time for the military to take care of things. This seems to be hook, line, and sinker with a lot of the things that you've been talking with my audience and me about for the past year or so, particularly that one episode, June 20th, 2024. It's up on the Rumble archives and up on the archives of my website. A lot of things you forecast and talked about then have begun to occur. Do you still feel that during this fierce resistance that we're going to be combating some more things of this nature and perhaps worse before things subside and become safer? Do you stand by that?
Well, we know the cities that they intend to go, do their last stand at, and there's 14 of them, and they're self-centralizing. It'll make rounding them up easier because they'll move to those locations of their own accord. So, this is clean out. It's kind of, it's letting them do what they're going to do. It's like smoking out all the judges that are going to go against anything that we're doing, trying to get the country back on track. Some of these actions are needed and appropriate, actually, to make them take a stand and then put some of these things to rest. I'll tell you something that's interesting. So you've had the courts and many of the Democrats come to the defense of this MS-13 member who was extradited to El Salvador, as though, that was a smart thing to do to back this guy up. And we got to have due process and everything else. If we were to do due process for all of those types of people, whether or not they're enemy combatant or something like that, it'd take a couple hundred years to go through all of them. And that's not even including everybody that is here illegally that came in the country. We have pretty clear rules on who we can send out and on what basis and like that. This is a silly challenge, but what they're going to end up doing, and this is what I predict is going to happen. In fact, my chief of staff was the guy that was on the team that made this happen down at Gitmo back there in 2004-05. They were getting thrown all these people there at Gitmo who, it was hard to tell. They just scooped a whole bunch of people up in a net and sent them to Gitmo. And shoot, you didn't know who was really supposed to be there and who might have been accidentally caught up in something that was not truly an enemy combatant against America. So these guys came up with a system all by themselves to vet every detainee to determine if, in fact, they were validly there as an enemy combatant at Gitmo or if they needed to be returned to their home country. And that process was pretty quick. Involved a investigative tribunal. They got to have defense counsel interview. They got to get a prosecutorial counsel interview, and then they got a hearing. And to determine if, in fact, there was a basis for the belief that they were, in fact, an enemy combatant and then needed their day in court. And they weeded down those detainees into the ones that needed to be there literally in a matter of months. If these people want to press the point. In fact, there was information that was sent to the president on this within his inner circle just in the last few hours. And I think that's exactly what's going to happen. They're going to get screened differently. They're going to get screened at Gitmo. Okay, so this guy didn't like going to El Salvador. Oh, okay, we'll send you over to Gitmo, and we'll sort this out pretty quickly. And then if we decide you're an enemy combatant, instead of sending you back to federal detention center somewhere in the U.S., we'll just keep you right here at Gitmo. And there's plenty of space, and we can do the whole thing. And you'll get to be here with a lot of very important, high-profile persons, according to Kash Patel. Prepare for high-profile arrests. Very soon.
Yes.
So you have a front row seat for all the drama. And, but you get there early so you won't get the used jumpsuit. You'll get your own fresh one issued just to you. So anyway.
Music to our ears. Let's move on. The hour has gone by quick. We got some more time, hopefully. I want to talk about the markets. Let me frame it up. There's so much in there. There's the batting down of the U.S. dollar as of recent, the Fed not doing what the Fed needs to do. There's broad talk about elimination or drastic change to the Federal Reserve and the IRS itself. You've got Trump saying no to the central bank digital currency, but yet moving towards us being the crypto capital of the world, telling the BRICS nations, go ahead, have at it. You won't take the dollar down, and I believe his tariffs will play that out in our favor down the line. You got all that and a whole lot more. Then you've got the markets themselves, the Wall Street and corporate interest rigged game that usually the people pay the price for, and they just shift the money around. My question is this. I believe we're in what I would call the danger zone right now. For those people, for all of us, because it involves the currency and the banking and everything else and our taxation system, I think it's all moving favorably in an incredible direction, thus the golden age. But however, the space we're in today, till we get to the other side of the rainbow in the golden age, is the danger zone. Would you agree? We're talking about a collapse of the markets, suffering of the economy before things get better, the wiping out of the corruption and the mess that's there. Is this the danger zone? Do we experience the pain to get to the gain at the end? Sort of along those lines, Juan, what advice can you give those people listening right now? Is this the calm before the storm and then the rainbow later?
Well, a couple things. For I think 5 years, 6 years that you and I have done interviews together, I've been very consistent that BRICS was not going to win this. No way, shape, or form. That we would win this competition handily in the end. And that those people that put their eggs in the BRICS baskets were going to get handed back scrambled eggs, okay, uncooked. And I think I'm still pretty comfortable with that. And along the way, though, even within the stock market, who are going to be the winners and losers? The market's held its own, even with a little bit of a scare. The Nikkei had a pretty good scare the other day, too. And I've always said, Nikkei is the canary in the mine shaft. But what you've actually had is a transition. You've had time where people could refocus. Those companies that were very tied into Japan, very tied into China, and weren't doing their own thing here or weren't working out agreements to do a lot of their production here, they were getting hurt horribly. Now, the Japan companies, and you saw what happened with huge industrial leaders in Japan. They came early on to Trump. We're going to spend $100 billion here. We're going to spend $100 billion there. We're going to be really loving on the American people and move manufacturing back to America. That's been great because they wanted to get out of the way of the tariffs. China, on the other hand, they've been doubling down. Well, you're going to put a tariff on us. We're going to put a tariff on you. You're going to cut down letting us have this. We're going to cut down letting you have rare earth elements and like that, stuff that you need. So they've been raising the bar in this contest. Who's going to win? China is an export economy. They manufacture and send it all over the world. They want to get into our markets. Trump's right with the tariffs, protecting American workers, American industry and production. China's in desperate shape right now, and it's increasing by the hour. And then people are worried, well, what's China going to do? Same thing as Japan, attack America at the critical moment. What are you talking about? These people that would even say such a thing, again, let me correct those people. China already attacked America on the vote, and prior to that, they had already been attacking America within a lot of our industry. Good. Within a lot of what was going on in America, especially, for example, mining. They stole several processes for very complex types of mining, and literally with a nation-state level attacked mining interests in America to where they had to shut down because they were using their slave labor and government subsidies to hijack and capture and pirate mining operations around the world and get America to just shut it down. And we had a complicit, compliant Congress who actually helped encourage businesses to stop doing stuff, and then all sorts of attacks within regulatory industry to make it so mining didn't make sense in America. So we cut ourselves off from our own resources. Trump is reopening that up so that it won't be instant, won't be necessarily, today or tomorrow. We'll pay some higher prices. But the long term, and I don't mean 10 years, I mean 3 and 4 years, America's going to come back in such an amazing way with production on U.S. soil and with high-paying jobs based on production on U.S. soil in multiple industries that China won't be able to come in and compete. And we're not going to let those tariffs up. And if they want to come after us with the weapons and everything else and their big Navy and all this other stuff, Trump has let them know, hey, give it your best shot. Yeah, let's have at it. Why? Because you don't even know some of the weapons that we have. Trump has gone out of his way to point out that we have technology that China is not aware of. And so take your best shot. We'll, and by the way, we know where your grandma lives. We know where your girlfriend lives. We know where both of your girlfriends live, by the way, for the leadership and the kids. You come after our families, we're going to come after yours. And we're not waiting until you get a first strike in. So Trump's being pretty assertive and aggressive. And that partially goes into even the negotiations going on over Ukraine and with President Putin. They have already kind of picked a side, and you're going to see over the next few days movement to come up with an agreement. The basics of the agreement are already in place, and even Zelensky can't stop what's coming there in this agreement. And part of the threat for Zelensky is this: once Trump and Putin have the agreement in place and Zelensky has to take it, Zelensky's going to be forced to go have an election, and he won't win.
That's for sure.
So you're going to get him out of office too. And by the way, we won't let him go to, we won't let him go to Putin. Putin wants to run trials in the Donbass. We won't do that to Zelensky. We won't let him go to the Donbass and be tried by Russia over war crimes. We'll bring him right over here to Gitmo. We got plenty of space. We got a perfect hospital. He can live to an old man's age, maybe, for the war crimes that he was involved in. there's a bunch of war crimes in there. Zelensky's gonna, and that, by the way, our mutual friend Scott Bennett had documented some of those war crimes going against Russia there in the battlefield. So, Zelensky's going to have a bad hair day at some point in time. He's not getting away with this.
That's good to know. You think about lab leaks. I think it's called the official Washington. President Trump posted up there, revealing, what we all called out on day one. Particularly, even myself. Back in the early days of American Media Periscope, I brought on my good friend Dr. Sherry Tempany right out of the gate. Everybody was mandated to stay at home. They did. I didn't. I went to the studio and put my live show out every day for 1 hour. And we brought Dr. Tempany and then, many other doctors and experts, Dr. David Martin, PhD, and many people on, and we called it out from day one. Well, now, 5 years later, we have the lab leaks. Juan, what I see happening, and I don't think it'll take 5 years, I see having the equivalent type of a site on the election rigging and getting that exposed to the world, just the way the president's just done with lab leaks. And so, yeah, we are winning. We are winning wildly and madly. And I want to just put this out there and then have you comment, Juan, and close us out. But, I pay attention to the pulse of the nation to the best of my ability. Even though I'm 10,000 miles away from America, it doesn't mean anything with technology. And I chat with a lot of the people on the various social media and people that have methods to reach me. And, you can break down our movement, we'll call it, into many different areas. You've got those folks that say everyone's already dead, everyone, and it's just a movie and get the popcorn. Okay. Then you've got folks
that's totally false. That's bullshit. It was from day one, but go ahead.
Yeah, well, that's okay. That's one extreme. Then you get the other extreme, and I'll sandwich the middle guts in a moment. Then you got the other side that says nothing's happening, nothing's ever going to happen, and blah, blah, blah. And you want to go just a little bit further? You got those that, of course, that say Trump is working for Israel, he's a Zionist, and we all drink the ultimate Kool-Aid. Now, then you got a few different things in between. You got people that say, well, I believe a little bit of this, a little bit of that. But at the end of the day, this is my opinion, and I want you to weigh in because your opinion was a lot more interest than what the people think, what I think. But my opinion is this. Remember, God's plan, God's time. Okay? You either trust the plan, now we're talking about the Q operation, or you don't. You've always said pick a lane and stay in it. And so in my opinion, we are winning. This to me is as clear as day. And yes, the dangers are still significant, but the 51 in the FBI and the few CIA, all those others in the CIA and all these other folks there's Adam Schiff's and the Clintons and all this stuff, we're going to know what we need to know as a matter of fact when it's time for us to know. And there's plenty of these facts already out there, and we've touched on a few of them here. But, I just, at this stage of the game, if you haven't picked a lane yet, and I have people saying to me, John, I've been listening to these podcasters for years, and I'm fed up. I've had it up to here because none of it's happened. You know what I say? Find new sources. Be careful who you and what you listen to, and then do your own homework. But everyone just needs to calm the F down. We are winning. You think back to what we've just been through in these years. Doesn't it feel better? Just the feeling side of it? Of course it does. We're winning this war. And I've got nowhere else to go with that rant. But hopefully it sparks some feedback from you to those various factions within our movement to what's your message, Juan?
Well, people saying that nothing's happening, I don't think I even want to listen to that. If they want to be in that lane, they have a will not to see, and there's none so blind as those who will not to see. The 51 that came out during the presidential debate and said that the Hunter Biden laptop was an obvious Russian disinformation plot. They've all lost their clearances. Trump revoked their right to even be near a federal building. And in the time to come, they're going to not just have lost those rights, they're going to get charged in election interference and treasonous activity. In many cases, look at what's going on with Crossfire Hurricane. All those people that tried to engineer a falsehood against President Trump, they're going to be going to Gitmo. And we will have lots of time to get all their information and their various stories of why they did what they did and who told them whatever. So the reality is you're going to hear about this it's going to be like drinking from a fire hose. It won't even be possible. It's going to be coming so hard and so fast, as it should. Laying the foundation for these next moves. Look, Trump hasn't even got all of his appointments in place. We're still missing some U.S. attorneys in various critical parts of the country that haven't been put in place yet. And I'll use the example of Tina Peters today. She was there was a habeas corpus hearing, and the judge in the case was asking, was it the intent of the federal government in this habeas corpus hearing to put in a side, a pleading saying that they had an interest in this case and formalized that they were going to address that she was operating as a federal officer in her federal capacity to protect the vote information in Colorado, and not just in her state capacity. And therefore, the prosecution of her at the state was moot because the federal position overrides the state position. Well, the problem is you haven't got a attorney or a person designated to be the U.S. attorney over that district yet. They haven't even named a person to be considered for that post. Why? Because they got so many things going. And that's not unusual. In other administrations, some of those positions weren't filled for a year. Because you get out across the country. The reason that they have taken the one out that was in there is because, there was some taint there. So one of the things that will help Tina Peters is that a designee needs to be named so that the appointment process can begin, and that'll help because the current person that's there is just an interim person, and they're not going to take on this highly politicized thing. So we're not even through all of President Trump's appointments at very critical levels because it's a process. It takes time. Remember, Cash only got into the FBI a month ago. Bondi was in a month earlier. It's a process. But as we get more fully built out, this machine gets all the sprockets and gears and leverage arms in place. It's going to be epic. And when they light that fire off and start going after the first arrest, which Cash has said is coming, hold on.
Yes.
Crew chief down the fastest jet car, on the planet. And when you hit the afterburner and that sucker's going down the track, I mean, all you can do is hold on. So that's where people need to understand. You're about to see, you haven't even seen the main events yet. And the pushback. China's getting ready to do stuff. We got stuff going a lot of places. As Trump gets Ukraine under control, the focus begins to switch more precisely to Israel. And to China. And the Mideast, by the way. China just started an exercise today working with Egypt, which is so sad because Egypt, that's where the peace accords came and to de-escalate things in the Mideast. Now China's there with Egypt over the Hamas stuff. This whole thing's being ramped up to outer space. We have a lot of drama ahead. The only thing I can say that's beneficial is that instead of having to work on 20 fronts It's being narrowed down to where we're going to be dealing with 10 fronts and 6 fronts and 3 major fronts. And others of them are going to be moving in an appropriate direction and settling down. And Trump, you know, what he's doing exactly what you're supposed to do when you have power. Power is only good if you use it. So we're the ones that everybody wants to sell in our economy. We're the ones that are all looking to spend money to help them, to lift them up, to do whatever. As Trump said, he who has the gold rules. That's the golden rule. We haven't been leveraging. We're spending all the U.S. taxpayers' money doing other people's bidding and will and helping them out at the cost of the American who's doing the work, whose birthright it was, who was given all these things. It's being stolen right out from under our noses, by the way, by people put in office, selected for those positions fraudulently through a fraudulent vote. You get the vote under control, and a lot of this stuff falls away. It's like scales falling off the freaking snake. And then we go after the real snake, not the snake skin. And that includes over at the Vatican. You start going after the money issues and the people involved, Klaus Schwab and all that, you're going to help. You're going to help the world.
Sure. Look what's happened. Look what's happening with Fauci now. I mean, it's all happening, folks. It's all unfolding.
Well,
you know,
and let me just say this: Fauci's big concern has to be this. Don't worry about a prosecution in the U.S. What if Trump agrees because Russia wants to get Fauci for all of the stuff that happened over there in Ukraine?
Everybody
what if
wants
he
him.
gets to be the first one to go into the trials in the Donbass? Putin has said he wants to have Nuremberg-type trials in the Donbass. Okay. So when they get this little agreement going on, they're going after war crimes. And Fauci is at the head of the thing. What if he doesn't get into a U.S. prison? Oh, he's been pardoned. Oh, great. Okay. Hey, Putin, we got him by the scruff of the neck. You want him?
Yep, you bet. You know, when you go back to the 4 years where the stolen election placed the imposter in there and so forth and so on, we of course now know in hindsight, many of us knew along the way, and some of us knew prior to, that period of time was for them to further expose, commit all the crimes at various different levels, and to basically self-implode. So that was a successful operation at a great cost to all of us. You know, and when everyone complains about the discomforts and the horrors that we've been through, you know, my heart goes out to everyone, including my own circle, myself, and all that we've been through. Wars have casualties, but I'll tell you what, those 4 years are over, and the executive orders that were put in place, at which Derek Johnson is like a computer spitting out all the information on 13848 and 13818 and a few other critical executive orders put in place years back, as well as the law of war updates, which you woke me up to some years ago. All of these things is the trap, and we got them. And now we're going through the process, as Ben Bongino said, you know, whatever the quote was, you know, silence doesn't mean inaction. It's happening, folks, and a lot of it is visible. Juan laid out a lot of it here, and the rest of it is coming to a theater near you. You know.
Well, let me just add, by the way.
Yes.
If you have people talking about certain things, they would be violating their oaths. When you are read into certain projects, you don't have the personal discretion to just talk freely about what you're up to, what you're doing.
Yes, of course. Of course.
This is not some of these other administrations. So that you're not getting told what's going on behind the scenes can't be misread that nothing's happening. When the time is right and the investigations are completed, look, where from any official place have you heard anything about the people that were brought in from out of the country? I'm telling you about it for precise reasons, but the people doing the current interviews, their location and how it's being worked through the Justice Department and the military, That's not for public knowledge. And by the way, anybody that doubts that, these people that want to say nothing's happening, which I have actually no respect for. If they're going to say that, they're not, they're just not relevant at this point in time, because it's just obviously not true. You had Tulsi Gabbard, who her husband's actually a senator over in the state there in Hawaii, and met with one of my folks here the other day on this hand count paper ballot roadshow. But Tulsi Gabbard in the cabinet meeting last Thursday, and most people have heard it, but maybe you didn't slice and dice the way you needed to. Tulsi Gabbard said to the president and the other cabinet members, we now have proof of a stolen election. Now, she didn't say what election was stolen, just that they have proof. Well, she's referring to 2020 and the guys that we have in physical custody or the Justice Department. Then she says, it's just like you said, Mr. President, we cannot use the electronic equipment. We must go to a hand count paper ballot. So she gave the president credit for having told his cabinet that they're going to have to go to a hand count paper ballot. She is reading it back to him. It's just like you said, we can't use the electronics. We have to go to a hand count paper ballot. Really? So what information does Tulsi Gabbard have? Well, she is director of national intelligence. And that was the position that Radcliffe had when at the end of the 2020 election, there was a 45-day period, Executive Order 13848, signed September 18th of 2018, I believe it was, said that in all future federal elections from this point forward, Director of National Intelligence will supervise all the other agencies at Homeland Security to use all available assets to ensure that no foreign interference occurred in the election. It wasn't looking internal, it was looking external. That any enemies attack our election. And then it was his responsibility, based on the executive order, to provide a report within 45 days of the election, which at that time was November 3rd. And so 45 days afterward was December 18th. In the days prior to that report needing to go to the president, that many of us were all excited waiting for, on December 15th, in a media interview, he let out that it was unlikely that he would be able to provide the report on time 45 days after the election, which was going to be December 18th, because some of the agencies were unwilling to provide their investigative product. And he didn't elaborate further. He did say that there was evidence of foreign interference, but we didn't know if it was enough to have overturned the election. Now, what he should have done is provided an incomplete interim report on time at 45 days and noted any federal agency who had refused to comply with the executive order. Then Congress should have called those agency heads in, people like Comey and Brennan and like that, that level of person. The directors, Brennan wasn't there and Comey wasn't there at the time. And they should have provided their, what their logic was, what their basis was for ignoring an executive order. On what basis did they have the legal right to be insubordinate and not provide their agency's work product? It wasn't theirs, it's the nation's. It was the agency, and they refused to do it because, Russia. Well, bullshit. That had already been disproven. So they stood on that basis. But Radcliffe didn't provide the information of election interference from outside the United States on the part of a foreign power. Congress went ahead and certified the electors from the various states in January 6th without the benefit of the Director of National Intelligence's report. That's a crime. That's insane. That was a crime against America. Now we know that there was election interference. You're about to hear that over the summer. That's why we're going to go back and revisit the Brunson case, by the way.
That's good to know.
Stay tuned, okay?
Yeah.
So, but then let me just wrap it up by saying this. So Tulsi Gabbard, now in the place where Radcliffe was supposed to be, has just told the president that we have evidence of a stolen election, not election interference, a stolen election. And it's just like you said, we're going to have to go to a hand count paper ballot. She's telling you everything, including the executive order that I just told you about. The only way you're going to get that done, you're not going to get that done legislatively. You can't protect the 2026 election in time. The only way is with an executive order. And that's exactly what Trump is preparing for. And his cabinet is fully read in. He has a cabinet that agrees with him, that understands, that's giving him the information he needs to prove out points that he's already made. When you say nothing's happening, getting a cabinet on point, working with you, building out the team, and you're at less than 100 days, that's huge. Look, you can have all the executive orders you want. You can have all of the continuity in government decisions and orders you want. But if you can't implement them, if you can't get the directors of these various agencies to work with you and to cooperate and provide their reports and like that, you haven't got shit.
Yep.
He's bringing all that on board. They're getting in line. They're lining up to do what they've said they were supposed to do. And then the other thing you have to bear in mind, there is a fight. It's not just that you have continuity in government orders, but who is actually in the position to implement. You have a whole bunch of them that are duplicative or that only apply in certain precise situations. So getting the correct combination of these continuity in government plans that don't favor SEF, Senior Executive Service, which is the enemy here, that don't favor groups or interests that are the wrong ones. That's a big part of it. Remember, we had the U.S. Senate, the Senate Banking Oversight Committee, that was helping us on the Whitewater stuff in Arkansas, and ordered that all of the personnel that had investigative materials of the money laundering, of the drug movements, of the money movements related to Whitewater. And it wasn't just a little teeny bank or two in Arkansas. It was unbelievable volumes of money. The largest off-Wall Street brokerage firm in the world, Peterson Investments, wasn't in Tokyo, wasn't in Germany, wasn't in London. Outside of Wall Street, the largest one in the world was in Little Rock, Arkansas. That's where all the money laundering for the black bag operations for the intelligence agencies was taking place. And the Senate Banking Committee, man, at the time, it sounded like it was great. They were going to do the right thing. They were going to help us. But then they ordered all the original materials gathered up, original notes, every document, everything, every photograph, all gathered up, boxed up from all the agencies involved, IRS, state police, FBI, various other agencies you never even heard of, FAA and stuff like that. And it was all boxed up, trucked off. Everybody understood it was going to Washington, D.C., and they were going to have researchers go through it, investigate it, and there was going to be people's, heads handed to them on a plate. Well, it all went to Oklahoma City, because they didn't have room to store all these records in Washington, D.C. What are you talking about? Right down the hall from the Ark of the Covenant there, they still had tons of warehouse space. No. They sent it over to Oklahoma City. And then miraculously, will all be a few weeks after all those records arrived at Oklahoma City, boom!
Yep.
And they killed a bunch of children. And the anniversary on that. was 2 days ago. Okay, these are occultists. By the way, that was a ritual. They like to kill children and the parents. It goes back to Rome and killing the mother and the calf together in order to get the maximum blood sacrifice value to get a good crop in the fall. Well, they're going to get a good crop in the fall because what Trump's doing right now is drilling holes in their foundation. And as we bring this down, and the capper being election integrity, hand count paper ballot, that executive order, that's the most important one. That's the most important thing Trump's going to do. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be stunning. Then the fight's on because the other side knows at that point there is no salvation. You're looking for an EBS. You're looking for missiles flying and other stuff. Probably be after that sometime. They're not going to go away quietly into the night. Fight's on, but it's worth the fight because if you don't win this one, an honest vote, you'll never have your freedom again. And just like not getting an honest vote because the tables were flipped internally, you won't get an honest pope. I won't trust whoever this pope is with the people that are doing the vote right now as being, divinely ordained, orchestrated to be in that position. This is a Luciferian operation. And there's all sorts of stuff with the head of the snake auditorium and all sorts of stuff that Francis did.
That's right.
We don't have to, let the people inside the Catholic Church tell you about it. I'm not going to judge it from the outside, but I am also not going to accept the fraud of what's about to be perpetrated on the Catholic Church and God's people. So,
well, perhaps that issue gets addressed in President Trump's third term coming up. We're going to wrap. We're going to wrap. Juan, I want to thank you very much. I title this Intel and Insights for a reason, and you have certainly provided that in great analysis, and I greatly appreciate it. I know the overwhelming majority of the people that follow us appreciate you, and they all ask, when are you going to be back with Juan? So thank you very much. Couple of quick closing announcements, folks, and they're important. I do a show. I resurfaced the show I used to do years ago, Conversations of Consequence. In fact, Juan was one of my guests many years ago. It's up on the archives of my platform. I've relaunched it. I've interviewed Ed Dowd. I'll be speaking with Patrick Byrne. This is one of the most important voices of our time. Conversations of Consequence does that. I sit down with people I think have extraordinary value in the war that we are facing today, and Patrick Byrne is certainly one of them. And he's quite optimistic about Tina Peters as well as about the overall election mess. So that'll be launched in May. Also, my Global Defense show is weekly with a panel that will be monthly, rather. That comes out next month as well. I'll be interviewing General Paul Vallely for the month of June in Conversations of Consequence. And Juan, I'd like to invite you back. Now, I know you. We've got many years under our belt from when we first did the Conversations of Consequence, and the landscape has changed significantly. And I'd like to delve deeper into the world of Juan O'Savin as well this year in Conversations of Consequence. So follow me, sign up for free, jmcvoice.com. Be sure to avail yourself to all the Juan-inspired MAGA and other related materials at thejennifermack.com. And I think with that, we'll close out. I want to thank you very much, Juan, for your sacrifice, for all the great work you do, bopping around the globe, if you will, and appreciate.
Well, let me just qualify that. It's a team effort. There's so many beautiful people that have done amazing stuff. I mean, every day the stuff that comes across my desk, it's just stunning, and beautiful people that have put their whole life into stuff. I wouldn't want to claim credit. I tip my hat. These are heroes. Okay. So I'm just one of many doing some amazing work. Even your listeners out there, I'm just very thankful to even get to be in the fight with them. So
Well, ironically,
there's no spirit of exclusivity here. This is
Yes.
a team effort. Either we all get across the finish line together, team effort, or we don't get through it at all. So this is Americans doing what Americans do.
You bet. Where we go one, we go all means something, and it's practiced right here in these statements. And, ironically, you're the face, no pun intended, or the boots, I should say, of a lot of the people that don't come to the camera with us the way you do in your voice. So thanks a lot, Juan. Great episode. And folks, thejennifermack.com and jmcvoice.com. Follow us there. Stay safe, everyone, and keep your antennas up. We got this. Thank you very much, Juan.
All right. Thank you, bro.
We are at war, and we must unite in truth. Subscribe for free at johnmichaelchambers.com for my monthly communique, which includes alerts.
John Michael Chambers, 107, folks. God bless them for their interview. That is where we will call it tonight as far as the show and news and everything. I think they're right. As far as I'm trying to remember how they put it, just things heating up, I guess. Interesting. It was an interesting conversation. I always like when Juan does the John Michael Chambers show. So one of my more favorite shows out of the shows he does. He does a lot of shows though. And he's right. Everybody's important in this. Without you guys, none of this means anything anyway. The fight means nothing. So all of you are very important in this. And I know a lot of people are griping at everyone for having their theories, but it's just how it is. It's even when you say trust what this person says, trust what that person's saying, there's still certain topics they say different things about, and you kind of have to stay down to earth at this time in a sense, if that makes sense. And what I mean by that is there's just some topics you have to avoid right now, practically, like I don't know, like the flat earth stuff. Is it really important? Like if it's gonna divide us in some way, is it really that important? No. So it's nice to hear Juan talking about that foundation. I preach about that quite a bit. That's what this is really all about. It's not just about curing the world as it is now, but about giving it a platform to be able to start over on, which, I don't know, will probably all come into a lot more focus as we learn more truth about our history and science and all the things around us that we thought we already understood. But we'll do it together. That's for sure. We will take that ride together, guys, and someday, hopefully, soon, we'll be laughing about this. Even if it is like Juan says, and I know there are the people that say, oh, it's already all finished and happened, and they've already all been executed at Gitmo. Even if, he's telling the truth there, and we're at a certain point building to that, I think we're close to whatever we're, to the point they're trying to get to. The point of the fight of, I wouldn't say no return, because I think we're past that, but the part of the fight where even the Democrats just are losing caution at this point, to where they're just exposing themselves worse and worse, because they just they don't even care about certain things anymore. They're fighting for their lives, so they're starting to slip up here, slip up there, and all starts to become more clear. All I know is the news right now is getting so difficult. I have to spend a lot of extra time fact-checking right now. For what that's worth. It's getting so nice outside. I like to do more work on my laptop so I can work outside, but it's slow. Anyway, guys, I won't yap too long tonight. I have a nice little outro message for you guys, so I will be on again tomorrow. I'm running on 2 hours of sleep again. I worked through the night. I thought about coming on this morning, but I fell asleep like 5 a.m. I woke back up at like 7 a.m. I just went back to work. Get to see the entire interview. I get what you mean, Disco, in the sense that now when you watch Nino or Juan on Nino, it feels like you're only getting a piece of the interview, right? I think I get what you're saying there. Nino's been doing a lot of great interviews lately, though. I'll give him that. I did have a tiny little clip from his newest interview I meant to play. I suppose I could play it real quick because it's really short. Can't remember who this guy is.
As he was falling out of the window, his last words were the Grand Masonic hailing sign of distress. Oh, Lord, my God, is there no help for the widow's son? That was his last words. And that's a Masonic secret that I just told you. That's something that Masons are supposed to do if they are in dire straits.
In distress. That's how you signal other Masons?
To signal other Masons to come and help you. But the joke is that a lot of people believe that some of the guys that pulled the triggers were Freemasons that were ticked off.
So
and he had basically stolen the Masonic secrets and put them into his temple ritual.
So this is how he took from the Masonry and created Mormonism.
Well, the temple part of Mormonism, yes. You got to realize that like 80% of Mormonism is it looks kind of Christian. You know, if you were to go to a Mormon meeting house on Sunday, it would seem very similar to a Protestant service. You know, they have preaching, they have communion, except it's wonder bread and water, and they have a Sunday school. You know, it's all very banal. But if you go to the temple...
Must be talking about Joseph Smith or something. Connection of Freemason? Interesting. See, he does do a lot of interesting interviews. You know, I'm not trying to bust Trump's balls or bring anybody down from any of that. It's just about keeping them all in check. That's what we're supposed to do. It doesn't look good for anybody when we just follow blindly, and I get some people are running off pure faith, and that's good. But there is a line between God and politics and life and politics, so it's good to push and ask questions, and I hope they pay attention to stuff like that, and sounds like they do. Anyway, guys, I'm going to leave you with this little outro I have here, and God bless you, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Love you guys.
Greetings, world. We are anonymous.
are anonymous. We are legion. We do not forgive. We will not forget. Expect us.
When I volunteered to help the Biden administration with the crisis at the southern border, as part of OperateHHS, Office of Refugee Resettlement, Reunite Children, Mission Artemis, I was deployed to the Pomona Fairplex Emergency Intake Site in California to help HHS, Office of Refugee Resettlement, Reunite Children with sponsors in the United States. I thought I was going to help place children in loving homes. Instead, I discovered that children are being trafficked through a sophisticated network that begins with recruiting in home country, smuggling to the U.S. border, and ends when ORR delivers a child to a sponsor. Some sponsors are criminals and traffickers and members of transnational criminal organizations. Some sponsors view children as commodities and assets to be used for earning income. This is why we are witnessing an explosion of labor trafficking. Now, whether it's intentional or not, it could be argued that the United States government has become the middleman in a large-scale, multi-billion-dollar child trafficking operation that is run by bad actors seeking to profit off of the lives of children. As for me, my interest is the safety of the children. I do not view this as a political issue. I view this as a humanitarian issue. I assure you, my motives are the highest and best. I want the children protected. So I want to tell you some of what I witnessed personally at the Pomona Fairplex. I saw vulnerable indigenous children from Guatemala who speak Mayan dialects and cannot speak Spanish. That means they cannot ask for help in English. They cannot ask for help in Spanish. They become captives of their sponsors. I have sat with case managers as they've cried to tell me the horror of what has happened to children as they make the journey to this country. I saw apartment buildings where 20, 30, and 40 unaccompanied minors have been released. I saw sponsors trying to simultaneously sponsor children from multiple ORR sites at one time. I saw sponsors using multiple addresses to obtain sponsorships of children. And I saw numerous cases of children in debt bondage. The child knew they had to stay with the sponsor until the debt was paid. Realizing that we were not offering the children the American dream, but instead putting them in modern-day slavery with wicked overlords, was a terrible revelation. A terrible revelation. These children are a captive victim population with no access to law enforcement or knowledge of their rights. They are extorted, abused, neglected, and that is why I blew the whistle in 2021. I witnessed firsthand the horrors of child trafficking and exploitation. My life will never be the same after what I saw. But I have hope, because I'm counting on you. It's my hope that you'll take action to end this crisis, to safeguard the lives of these vulnerable children.
Greetings, Anonymous. Truth speakers, freedom fighters, rebels, activists, nerds, military, and so-called intelligence personnel who are awake, and all who hold the idea of truth and justice, with or without the mask. Many Anonymous are actively waking people up and becoming increasingly involved in real-life events, because that is the only way we will bring change now. The time of being able to release something and have it matter is over. No one cares to look at leaks anymore. No one cares to search for information. We must bring it to them, physically, and shove it in their faces. To put it a nice way. People are asleep. They do not wake easy. But those who are awake, we call for you now, to step up. Fight harder than you did before, and smarter. As a united front, only united, and focused on our common target, can we achieve any amount of change. As most of you know, Anonymous has hunted pedophiles for many, many years. It is a hobby of ours. It not only brings lulz, but is enjoyed by supporters, anons, and non-supporters alike. No one likes a pedo, as we have once again been exposed to the elite pedo rings run and controlled by those who rule over us. It has given us an opportunity we never had before. Thanks to Pizzagate, many more are alerted to the pedo industry, more than they were before, and yet, it is continuing today. That is because the police care nothing for you. The government and military will never save you, and the media will never tell you the truth. They are simply tools used by the elite pedophiles to keep you blind and stupid. Most of you listening already know this, so we will not go into more detail. Thanks to the internet, we are able to communicate worldwide, and from every level of talent, training, education, and experience. We are able to come together as a collective, as anonymous and as those who do not identify with anonymous. All who are in agreement that the elite must go, that we must save life, that we must save humanity. All we who agree on these basic ideas, have the ability now, to join and create an untouchable force. We will not get chances like this for much longer. Military and intelligence viewers know this full well, which is why we also need you and your talent. Use it for something honorable, for a change. Now we can come together. We can hack emails. We can locate people. We can find the key people running and working the child trafficking rings. We can gather intel. We can research. We can do recon. We can get organized. We can go in. We can shut shit down. And if we all join together, we can take them out. We know those we fight against seem more powerful because they are organized and smart. Well, back in the day, Anonymous used to be the same way. When we made a difference and when we completed operations successfully, it was because we joined together. What gave us the reputation we have all but lost thanks to Girogislo's cyber division that infected us with frauds. Everyone has different abilities, interests and talents, and only when we use them together for our common goal can we achieve something that will make a difference. April 25th is Alice Day, Pedophile Pride Day. We have all become well acquainted with the growing agenda to legalize pedophilia, to normalize a grown man raping a child, or an infant. It has been exposed by many for hundreds of years. Elite pedo rings ruled ancient Rome. The same blood that rules and runs them still today. Nothing changes because people do not act. Rapists run free because in our world which is run by Luciferian bloodlines, evil is good, and truth is lies. We must take matters into our own hands. We must end it ourselves, but we must be smart. We must be organized. We must stand for something now, or be damned to die like the cowards we are surrounded by and will become. Will you allow your life to matter? Or do you want to be the dust you're made of? Nothing. We call on all researchers and anonymous to expose all pedophiles in your area and beyond. Expose information to find the pedophile communities. Expose high-level pedophiles who are involved in the trafficking. And of course, expose the trafficking industry locations. With this information, after recon, we will have people who will investigate these places from the ground. We will physically go into these places. We will physically take out anyone selling children. We will physically destroy these operations. If you have an infection, it must be aggressively destroyed. And this infection has saturated all levels. Do you want the next generation to think baby fucking is good? Because they are already being brainwashed to believe it. Today. Now. It is happening now. So get up and do something about it. Now. Do you want humanity to have a future? Do you want a future? Even if only for the most selfish reasons. You should still care deeply about this. It affects you whether you chose to acknowledge it or not. If you do care, if you have a soul, if you have a mind, if you still have what makes us human, and if you have a will to live, then join us. Anonymous will be protesting along with many others. Please take these opportunities to spread awareness, to gather more together into this collective. As we discussed before, think, come up with ideas, You can easily and cheaply write or type out links many times on a page. Cut them out and hand them to people. Hand out links to websites filled with truth or any truth outlet that will wake them up, as well as give them a way to contact and get involved. Awareness is supposed to create action. However, after years of seeing nothing and spreading all the awareness imaginable, spoon-feeding it to the masses, we see nothing has changed. Time is up. Join us. Whatever your background is, you can be used to help us purge and get rid of the pedophile infection. We must go to the next level. We must act. We must make them expect us.
Let's get into what actually is a very interesting special op. To fly these helicopters, traffic was stopped by military, which is only done in a national emergency. The local police were not notified as members carry the symbols of child traffickers. They also wanted no murmur of activities planned, which is SOP for DOJ seizure for evidence preservation. In fact, the lapped police scanner for the time was jammed and excused as deleted since no record exists. The Guatemala Cultural Center and the building next to it were hit. All the noise had them focusing on the sky and not buildings where the operators all came pouring out, but the Black Hawk hovered over the Guatemala Cultural Center. Key areas as shell companies owned by Girardi tied into the California false flag fires through PG&E and abducting children through the ironically named Save the Children. Girardi would likely have dirt on the whole organization on his office server. Onks been picked up in the raid. Being a psychopath and having a complete lack of empathy and amorality are beneficial traits in high levels of business and politics. Such high-value targets explain the near 40 special operators deployed. Along with explosions you would not set off in urban environments, shots were fired causing this car to leak radiator fluid. The leaking white car at the intersection on the approach side of the LZ. The car is in an odd spot for it was shot up to the point of not running. The surrounding shell companies raided carry also the child trafficking symbol. Supported by political contributions to edge global around trafficking tunnels that feed into the Red Line subway. As it was built to, feeding into a Native American tunnel system seized by the government after the defeat of Apache hero Geronimo. The Skull and Bones considers the tunnels along with Pirate allowed through a war accord with Andrew Jackson so essential they keep Geronimo's skull to this day. The 160th went to two sides of this underground tunnel network with surface points 27 miles apart, which has actually been under surveillance according to flight paths. So 16 soldiers pour out of building on to killer eggs and get the fuck out. 19 soldiers pour out of same building in two spurts, onto two different Black Hawks with three different HVT objects and get the fuck out. To retrieve 3 HVTs or high-value targets between 50 to 100 pounds. HVT objects 1, 2 and 3 don't look identical, but they do all look to be smaller than a human adult, and mostly rectilinear in shape, and brightly colored, high albedo material that look twice by streetlights on camera at night. We have identified a Gyades server, workstation and a bomb capable of poisoning the water of 20 million people. The car fentanyl making the bomb which could otherwise explode came in via the Long Beach port. The Chinese counterintelligence controlled this port. Car fentanyl is so lethal that 2 men could carry enough to kill everyone in Los Angeles. The White Hats surveilling the criminal smuggling tipped their hand with special forces, which they would not have done so obviously unless the server they were grabbing has the type of human trafficking information to take down the network. These were taken out of a Wells Fargo helping ATF gun trafficking to Mexico and receiving human trafficking and drugs for black budget ops in return, despite having been repeatedly caught in these operations since the 80s. the senior VPs of Wells Fargo LA, who are both connected to Hollywood. Patrick Drum specifically is the City of LA head of entertainment. Finance banks make perfect allies in crime, known to also have connecting bank tunnel system. The workstation containing the pedophile connections was taken from Patrick Drum. Trade deals let corporations overrule government, and that holds true for any large capital generating operation.
Thing in the trade agreements, which is called the dispute settlement mechanism, and it actually works this way: that if any government, like a provincial government in Canada or a state government in the United States, does something that affects the profits or potential profits of a foreign company, they can sue the government of Canada for lost profits or even lost potential profits, can you believe? They have more rights in Canada than Canadian citizens, and of course it works the same way with the United States.
Wells Fargo is clearly what funds the child trafficking in our country, and someone spilled the beans to the wrong alphabet agency member who actually cares. These tunnels are now guarded by white hats, leading to a cascade of recent seizures.
Border Patrol in Arizona calls this the biggest fentanyl bust ever. Nearly 254 pounds of the deadly synthetic opioid worth an estimated $3.5 million.
These tunnels serve as an additional smoke screen to Black Ops Project tunnels east of the drug, gun and human smuggling tunnels in California.
Engineering was transferred to underground facilities in Nevada and Arizona. Meanwhile, much of the control was transferred to civilian agencies in order to create plausible deniability.
On the other side of the tunnels, at Long Beach, are complementary drug and human trafficking by Israel and Chinese counterintelligence support sold to China by Dianne Feinstein and finalized in 2018. The deportation center at this Long Beach port is a key collection point for human trafficking as well. These areas were flanked by Department of Homeland Security the following day. Following actual training in these areas will follow, but this original insurgence is far from a LARP. We are not Jesus, nor do we have Alzheimer's. Expect us.
Last night I dreamt about how things were. The moral to be drawn from this dangerous nightmare situation is a simple one. Don't let it happen. It depends on you.
Good night, folks. God bless you. You like my chair? I know, everybody loves the chair. Love you guys. Good night.